Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's Wednesday, May 22nd, 6 p.m. And this is the Board of Commissioners Workshop. City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Rostick,
Present.
Vice Mayor Brooks. Here. Commissioner Taglerini,
Here.
Commissioner Kerr,
Here.
Commissioner McGeehan,
Here.
all are present.
All right, thank you. All right, the first thing I want to address, and I'm going to let the city attorney take it over in a second, is the fact that we've had to pull the caddies chairs on the sand beach from the agenda. However, once the city attorney explains why this has happened, I want each one of you to come up and please talk to us. It will be put on a future agenda, but there's some legal things that have happened that it had to be pulled. So I'm going to turn this over to the city attorney to explain what has happened.
Thank you, Mayor. The request to pull this item from the agenda was made by me on behalf of not only my law firm, but also the law firm that is representing the Caddy's owner. As a little bit of background, you'll understand that although the alcoholic beverage permit was issued, there was some provision relative to where chairs could be located on the property. The ultimate decision that was made by the commission a couple of years ago is that chairs and tables could be located on the property except for on the public beach portion of the property. The question that has come about is what is actually the public beach and where is it located in relation to property lines? After the meeting on my conversations with the city manager, I believe it was April 18th or April 17th, I ordered the title search on the property through Attorney's Title Fund. Attorney's Title Fund did not get us the title search until late last night. The title search is being reviewed by our real estate attorney. In addition to that, the real estate attorney is reviewing the information that's been provided by the property owner. That has not been completed as of yet. Therefore, I cannot give you any direction relative to this particular agenda item until it has been fully vetted through the real estate attorney. And so I think it would not be very helpful for us to make a presentation relative to what the issues are, because I can't really tell you what the legal consequences are for those things. So I've asked for it to be pulled from the agenda. I understand that the public is here and there are some people that would like to speak on the item. I think that's absolutely appropriate. But as for us moving forward and giving you any direction relative to what is allowed and what is not allowed and where it is and where it isn't, I think that we need to schedule it for the next workshop meeting. I can assure you that we will have an answer for you then. But having just received it late last night, the real estate attorney has not been able to comment on it as of yet. So that's why I've asked it to be pulled so we can properly prepare you.
The item will be placed back on the commission workshop agenda at the Wednesday, June the 26th commission workshop is when it will be a discussion. There will be no votes or no decisions taken, but at this point, nothing will happen out on the sand until that item is discussed here at the June 26th workshop at the earliest. And I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you kindly.
Public comment.
I welcome everyone to come up one at a time. We'll give you 5 minutes. Please don't take any shots and let's remain professional and respectful. Please send your email addresses to either myself or the city manager so we can maintain an open line of communication to remind you when this comes back up. Please come up and talk to us.
Mayor Ray Leone, you and I have emailed a few times. I've gotten your stuff. If in fact they own the sand, we have nothing to say. However, if they don't own the sand, I don't want any more stuff on the beach. Okay, enough already. I mean, as a resident here for 13 years, I mean, it's very nice to have these restaurants come in and Caddies and Krabby Bills and everything like that, but that's our beach. Okay, and from a point of view, there's no monetary interest in it for us. Okay, it doesn't do anything for us. It crowds the beach. And if you go look at, what am I thinking of? No, in St. Pete Beach, the little Sunset Beach. If you go over there, see that where Caddies is there? It's a disaster, okay? Drunks, overflowing garbage pails and everything. Is that what we want? And then isn't there an issue also with the turtles? And then filling holes back in and everything like that? So I can tell you that I am diametrically opposed to this unless they own the land. They own the land, we can't do anything. Okay, but as a resident here, looking for quality of life and looking to have, protect my beach, okay, absolutely, not only no, heck no. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Please come up and talk to us.
Hello, I'm Mary. I live on Palm Street and I also represent the 39 condo unit owners at 14001 Gulf Boulevard. I'm glad to hear they did a title search because I know we're all very curious, along with the Beach Flower and their new deed that they recorded in July 2023 that puts them the whole way down to the water. So if they all own that beach, we're not going to have any beach left. So if, like he said, if they own it, they own it. Hopefully this could have been figured out a long, long time ago. But if they don't own it, I would oppose the chairs as well. That beach is already so crowded with the new parking area. Nothing against Caddies. It really wouldn't matter what restaurant was there. It originally was a residential area. So I believe that's why the restrictions were placed on it back when they got the liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please come up. Thank you for coming.
Grab my notes. My name is Linda Kramer, and I live at 14010 Gulf Boulevard. My husband and I have shared my letter with the other residents in our condo building, and there's complete agreement. My husband and I bought here 3 years ago. Since Caddies was still under construction, I took the time to read the zoning code and the permit proceedings before signing a purchase contract. We decided to move ahead with our purchase because the Madeira City records reported that Caddies was supposed to be an upscale restaurant with special conditions, including but not limited to no amplified sound is allowed between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And all city codes must be respected regarding noise and other nuisance activities. No mobile or off-site vending to include the delivery of food and beverage to surrounding outdoor areas, and no chairs or tables supplied or contracted for supply by applicant will be placed on the beach. It doesn't say public beach, it says on the beach when you read the record. Unfortunately, Caddies has consistently disregarded the music noise level conditions on several occasions. The music and the bass thumping had become so loud that we felt compelled to call Caddies and subsequently the sheriff's office to request that the music be turned down. The beach has gotten much more crowded and rowdy since Caddies opening and has gotten even worse with the opening of their new parking lot. We are now seeing and removing much more trash from the beach and around our own private wooden lounge chairs on which people feel entitled to camp out. Now Caddies is trying to reverse other permit restrictions, specifically setting up tables and serving on the beach. We and other residents in our building are vehemently opposed to Caddies' request, as we invested great funds to purchase here and pay a substantial sum every year in property taxes in order to live a quiet, peaceful lifestyle on a family-friendly beach. Also, the new condos that are currently under construction and are directly next door to Caddies are listed between $2.5 and $3.5 million per unit. It's hard to imagine that prospective buyers in that price range will view Caddies as an upscale restaurant, especially if they allow a bar and service on the beach. Given the conditions of Caddies' existing permit and the negative impact that Caddies has already had on our local beach, their current requests to place tables and to serve on the beach should be categorically denied. Caddies may try to argue that the beach is directly outside their building is private, so they should be allowed to set up tables. But this shouldn't matter since their permit clearly states tables or service on the beach. It also opens up a can of worms that every condo building then can place anything they want right outside of their unit so that we can place signs and whatever we want outside of at the end of our property line on the beach, which causes even more problems. In closing, just 2 weeks ago, my husband and I were on the beach in front of the building, in front of our building, which is just 100 yards past Caddy's, and we can still hear the music blaring. We took some videos of the parking lot and the beach in which you can hear the loud music, how loud the music is and how crowded the parking lot and beach was. I have those videos on my phone if anybody's interested in seeing or hearing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next, please come up. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
I'm Linda's neighbor. I got another neighbor who wasn't able to come on my reports in a vid letter, and then some comments of my own. His main point is since Caddy's opened, the tenor of the entire beach has changed. Caddy's is not an upscale restaurant on the beach. As it was billed, it's a beach bar. I've called Caddy's when there's too much to put up with, spoke to a number of managers. They were polite, but did nothing. It takes a long time to get the music to stop. Caddy's has one role, and that is to make money. It is coming at the expense of everyone living on or visiting the beach. People coming to the beach now feel it's acceptable to have their own music and blast it at any level. On numerous occasions, it's been a battle of music on the beach, Caddies versus the beachgoers. I had spoken to the police on the beach by phone. They report our hands are tied. Last month, the group set up their own DJ 25 feet away, competing with Caddies and blared music for hours, then left trash all over the beach. That didn't happen prior to Caddies lowering the bar of consideration. I very strongly oppose the request from Caddies to expand onto the beach with tables, et cetera. It will only add to the problems. They purchased a parking lot across the street, which is overwhelming the beach to increase their own foot traffic and income. It is all about their business and making money at the expense of the public and access. Their request will only compound the noise and overcrowding they have already created. Please consider those of us living on the beach don't want Caddies environment further forced upon us. Do not allow Caddies to dominate the beach atmosphere the way they already have. They have made the atmosphere at times like a fraternity party. Not everyone on the beach or in the surrounding areas wants what Caddies have to offer. And I'd just like to say, I moved to Madeira Beach a while ago because of certain treasures. I mean, wonderful people, of course, yeah. But it's really the sand and the sea. And the sand is being destroyed as we see down south. If you have a restaurant with chairs out there with increased music to play to those chairs and the garbage, the trash. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, please come up.
Hello, I'm Pamela Twasson. I live on 137th Avenue Circle. Pretty much agree with what everybody said here, but I just want to go on the record. We're totally opposed to this. Seeing what's happening with the Treasure Island caddies, picnic tables all over the beach. We have sea turtles that come up and nest. We have nesting endangered seabirds and two types of endangered sea turtles that come up on our beaches. It's just going to impede them. There's going to be more trash that the animals have to deal with, more trash that people have to pick up after. I know the beach pirates, they clean up garbage all the time up on the beach, and I appreciate what they do, but they shouldn't have to. I don't live right on the beach by Caddies, but I can imagine the people that do with the noise, because I can hear it with our car windows shut going by it. It's loud. It gets rowdy, people out in the front. And on the beach, it's crowded. We don't need picnic tables, more drunks on the beach. Lived here for 12 years. We didn't come here for a party town. We came here for the family environment that we thought it was, but it's kind of not looking that way with places like Caddy's coming on the beach. So that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Please come up. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Need to put this a little bit farther back. I was in the Marines for 20 years, so my voice goes pretty hard. Joseph Snyder's, lived here 9 years. Lived right across from Caddy's. We use the beach all the time, okay, during the week and the weekends. And this should not even be considered. Our beach is only this big. And if Caddy's gets their way, we're gonna have about this much beach for public use. Okay, the building that's being built right now next to Caddy's, from what I hear, they own it all the way down to the water and some chairperson is gonna come and put rental chairs all the way down to the water there. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but they do that. Caddy's has theirs. We're gonna have nothing. We're gonna have a sliver. And I represent like 100 people that we go down there and enjoy this beach. So very firm, do not do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next.
Chuck Dillon. I'd just like to know whether or not this is going to go in front of the planning committee, because it was previously put on our slate to go in front of the planning committee. And what is the legal steps here? Is it planning committee, then a workshop, and then in front of the board commissioners? I mean, so in terms of, I hear that it's going to be on June's workshop, but is it going to go in front of the planning committee first? And then therefore, would these people be able to start their communications at that point?
So Mayor, I just suggest that we finish with all the comments, and I'll wrap up and I'll explain what my thoughts are on when everybody else is.
That would be fine. Please come up. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Evening, everybody. John Connolly, Madeira Beach. When this first appeared on the planning board's agenda, and then got pulled, about 2 or 3 days later, I asked John Hendrickson in his driveway if Caddy's, back when he granted the permits and so on and so forth, did you allow that? And he said 100% no. And at that point, apparently he tried to put chairs and so on and so forth on the beach. And John went down there and told him, this isn't part of the agreement that you signed. Now, we have Doug Andrews sitting in the audience, and Doug was on the board then. Maybe he could add some light to this.
Thank you for your comments.
Brian Hickey, I live off of Normandy. I am totally opposed to the Madeira Beach. I'm worried it's gonna turn into a sunset beach. Again, as everyone said, our beach is pretty small. That parking lot is already jam-packed. Even the 2 residential spots are very hard to even get parking to. I'm only 3 blocks away. Most of the time, I do walk there, which is fine. But for elderly people, it is very, very hard. And I see a problem if they do own that property. We're gonna keep having people parking in that lot. We're not even gonna be able to access that beach in front of the parking lot there. Because they already have that turn through going through there. Again, nothing against caddies. I just don't want to see that turn into a sunset beach where next thing you know, you're gonna be having cabanas rented out and it's just gonna be crazy.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, guys. I wasn't planning to speak on this. I was gonna kind of wait until Tom came up with his numbers. I think, I'm sorry, Mr. Leon, Ray summed it up perfectly. If they own the sand, there's probably gonna be very little that anybody's gonna be able to do. I can tell you, just from personal experience, I lived across from that spot for, the better part of 10 years. And, they've been nothing but a good neighbor. I do understand the amplified sound thing and along the lines there, but I think that what was missing from that conversation was it past the hours of, I don't know Caddies to be a constant Pinellas County deputy haunt for them to be having to answer calls there a lot. So like I said, I'd rather reserve any comment until we have the full story. So it's kind of irrelevant for me to say anything now. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Tom Edwards, Madeira Beach resident, District 1. I was going to read a paragraph from their application in 2021 for their alcohol permit. We will be providing a sit-down restaurant acting with full 3-course menu and a bar serving full menu also. We have a proven track record at other locations to be an addition to the city rather than a hindrance. We do not attract or cater to the young party crowd. Having listened to these citizens, that is not a good neighbor. And here we are 3 years later and with these problems. I'm opposed to it.
All right, thank you. Anybody else, please come up. Thank you for taking the time to be here.
Eric Cabrera, I live on Miramar. I agree with everything that everybody else said. I'm completely opposed to it. I moved out here 14 years ago, and I chose Madeira Beach because it's a quiet residential beach town. I don't want to see it turned into like a Clearwater beach or a party town like that. We don't need that. It's already attracted, Caddy's has already attracted that type of crowd already, just by being a restaurant. And we don't need it to go any further than it already is. And I am totally opposed to having them do anything on the beach. That's our beach. They have a restaurant on Gulf Boulevard. As far as I'm concerned, they have nothing to do with the beach. That's my say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, please come up. Thank you for coming.
My name is Eva Farmer. I've been on councils before, and I am #1 for individual property rights.
Are you a Madeira Beach resident?
I am.
Okay,
#1, property rights. Don't mess with my property rights. But to solve the situation, I think that it would be in the future. I happen to have information that, yes, both sides do own to the mean high water mark on both sides of the public park. So I would like for you to consider the possibility of creating some sort of barrier or
buffer?
buffer between Caddy's and the public park and the public park and Beach Flower. They should each have one, an individual buffer to protect both of their property rights and the public. Does that sound like a good idea?
I know, we'll have to talk about it.
Okay.
Once we figure out all the facts, the reason it had to be pulled.
Personal knowledge that that property does go to the watermark.
Gotcha.
And so a natural buffer to protect both sides of the property owners. We'd have to deal with the sand dunes in front of Caddy's, but a buffer, if you all decide that that is
Feasible.
appropriate
Mhm.
to protect their property rights. I know there's a lot of history, but I think that's a good idea to consider if you allow it,
All right. Thank you for your comments.
both sides.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Please come up. We don't bite. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pat O'Brien. I live on Palm Street, about a block from Caddy's. And we've been here about 12 years, and I'm here quite a bit. I mean, the global question is, what does Madeira Beach want to be? It used to be a small beach town, a lot of small residents all around. And obviously, over the history of time, lots of condos and huge, wealthy kind of places have been built on the beach. And I don't know where you guys want to go with this. And I'd rather have it stay low key. It used to be one of the last places for the wealthy people to want to settle. And I don't know, I'm kind of for the General Joes, General Jeans that just want to live a good life. So yeah, I'm concerned about the expansion of Caddy's and the challenges it will bring more and more to, is the beach for the regular people that live here or there, or is it for the wealthy condo people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got, if you can summarize in a minute or so.
Pam Twasson again. in response to the natural buffer, there are sand dunes there. We live with sea creatures that depend on these places. Because a bar wants to put up a buffer, a wall, whatever, beaches that will impair their access to the sand dunes where the birds nest. They can't get to the water if there's a barrier, or the sea turtles. So we have a responsibility living on a beach like this to protect these creatures that are already endangered and threatened. They have enough to deal with pollution and everything. I could go on and on.
Okay,
Let's not throw more in their way, you know?
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to come up and comment? Thank you for coming to the meeting.
Thank you for having us. My name is Sheba Lee. I'm currently an investor throughout the St. Petersburg area. My husband and I moved here 4.5 years ago. We reside in the Madeira Beach zip code, but we're over behind Publix. We've been looking for the last 4 years for a beachfront condo. And so we've done a lot of research on what's available out there. And we've know a lot of the bylaws of all of these condos. So I'm just giving you a perspective as a future investor / buyer, okay? At least a half a dozen of the condos that we looked at, and these are all condos in the 1.2 million to 2.5 and 3.2 million, okay? Is that they have a fence between the back of the condo and the beach, which we have access to, but we are not allowed to put picnic tables out there or put barbecue pits out there. Everything has to be contained to directly around the property. So I'm just thinking, like, we're talking about a business, and I understand as a business owner, I've owned restaurants, martial arts schools, so many different things, and we've invested all over the world, right? So I understand being a business owner and wanting to expand the business. But if the residents are not allowed to do what you're now asking if caddies can do, why would it be okay for a business to do it? Shouldn't we be fair and consistent amongst residents as well as business owners? We all want to live, coexist and be able to get along with each other and understand each other's needs. But if you push forward with this and allow them to set up what they want, you're just giving all the other restaurants and businesses that have access the same potential future. And what does that mean to the residents? It means that it's going from that family-friendly environment to a Clearwater, or like I've heard the mention of Sunset Beach. Is that what we really want? And so we just have to be careful that we're being fair, but firm, and allowing, everybody to have their input. I think there's a lot of great input that came through today. But I'm gonna tell you honestly, we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars, like I said, all over the world. And if this type of change happens, then we're not really enthusiastic about investing future money here. And so that's just my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Anybody else like to come up? Please, sir. Thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Dan. I live on Gulf Boulevard, been here 8 years. Most of the caddies have live music, the Treasure Island one, Indian Rocks. I just oppose all for it, for the decision. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right. The commission appreciates everybody's comments. Please make sure that we have your email addresses so we can make maintain contact with you in case things change with the next meeting. And just keep in mind with what the city attorney said, we don't know what we don't know right now. And then as soon as we know, everybody else will know. All right, we're going to close public comment on items that are not on the agenda then. And we will
Point
move
of order,
forward.
point of order, Mayor.
Oh.
I'd like to hear what Mr. Trask had wanted to
Oh,
say
that's right.
to
I'm sorry.
round up some of the comments. If you're still,
I appreciate it.
Oh, no,
I
I-
just want to let everybody understand really what's going on here. First of all, the development agreement that was entered into back in 2016 is expired. It is no longer controlling on that property. I just want to make that absolutely clear. Second thing I want you to know is that there is no pending application. Caddies is not asking for anything. Caddies is not going to be looking for something to be approved. Caddies is not going to go to the planning commission. What really is the issue here is when Caddies alcohol beverage permit was approved a couple of years ago, they agreed that they would not put chairs on the public beach. The question is, what is the public beach? So if their property line goes all the way down to mean high water, they're allowed to put chairs on their private property. They are not allowed to put chairs on the public beach. So what we're really just trying to do is determine where that line is. That's it. So we hopefully will know something in the next couple of days, and then we'll talk about it at the workshop meeting. But this commission is not going to be considering the approval of anything. There's no expansion of caddies. It was already approved. It was approved a couple of years ago. And that's the only thing that we're talking about. So everybody has gone off on these tangents, and I understand it. It's a very important topic. But really, the only topic that the commission is going to be talking about, in my opinion, is where the property line is. One other thing I would mention to you is that once the chairs were noticed on the beach a couple of months ago, the property owner was contacted. They picked up the chairs. They said that they will not put them back out there until such time as the property line issue has been resolved. So Caddies is being a good business owner and waiting to try to get it resolved. That's what the attorneys are doing. That's what we're trying to figure out. So just understand that that's really what the issue is. Where is the property line? And unfortunately, there may be a situation where they do own property all the way down to the mean high water. So you wouldn't want the city to be telling you where you could put chairs in your backyard or your front yard. And that's probably going to boil down to the same situation here. If they own the land, they can put chairs there. So, and one other thing, when the alcoholic beverage permit issue came up a couple of years ago, it was a quasi judicial process. This commission heard testimony and evidence, and they made a decision based upon the testimony and evidence that they heard and whether they were going to approve the alcoholic beverage permit. And they did approve it. So the only question that we're going to be talking about next month is where the property line is. So if you have questions about the issue, feel free to reach out to me. I may not be able to give you the answers, or obviously any of the commissioners or the mayor or the city manager, but really, we're just trying to narrow you in. This is the only issue that we're really trying to resolve. There is nothing else going on. Okay?
And so just to add one to City Attorney Trask, at the time of the alcoholic beverage application, the city replied with 9 conditions for the property owner to follow, to comply. And at that at the quasi judicial hearing, that is when the applicant, the property or the business owner rather, requested for the language to be changed on the condition about the chairs and the tables. The condition stated there will be no chairs or tables on the beach. The applicant requested for the word public to be inserted. There was a discussion. If you go back, anybody can go back at our website to that meeting and see the meeting on a video and audio. And that was the discussion where the word public was inserted. So the question that's been posed to me that I think a few of you brought up, that's not what was approved. The original condition said no chairs, umbrellas on the beach. it was agreed at that quasi judicial hearing, the word public to be inserted, which then goes to what City Attorney Tom Trask just stated, that is what we are clarifying at this point. Where is the public beach? Meaning, where does the business or the property begin or end in terms of what is their property and what is not their property line, which is what we will hopefully have clarity on over the next few days to a week, and we will discuss at the next workshop in front of the commission, and certainly everybody's obviously welcome to attend. But I did want to add that comment because that has been questioned of me multiple times. No, they didn't approve that. Well, if you go back and look at, that's what occurred at that meeting. I will add, the business owner has stated, and I know the business owner is not here, they will have an opportunity at the next workshop, that the chairs and the umbrellas that are to be placed out there are for their guests. There will not be table service. They will not be able to order food or order drinks from those tables and chairs should they be able to be placed on them. I'm just stating that that's what they said. That is a condition that was approved during that quasi judicial hearing. They cannot order, nor a guest cannot order food or beverages, nor can the business sell and then or take an order and then deliver the food or the beverage out to the chair or umbrella, whatever that is. That is part of the condition that was approved, and that is what the business owner has stated. So.
Ma'am, we're done with ma'am, we're done with the public comment. We're done with the public comment, I'm sorry. If anybody would like to go back, it's the February of 2021 meeting that you can go back and listen to everything that the city manager just alluded to. It's all right there. You can go listen to it, that the word public
Was inserted.
was inserted, or they changed one word back then. But so public comment is over on this for now, but thank you. City attorney, city manager, thank you. All right, next up then, well, is there any public comment on anything else other than what we were just talking about?
Anything not on the agenda?
Yeah, not on the agenda that, all right. So then we'll close public comment and then we'll move along to Board of Commissioners, item A, Bicentennial Park usage.
Mayor and Commissioners, what you requested in a prior meeting was to what, if anything, the city could utilize or do at Bicentennial Park. We currently the city has an agreement with the Pinellas County School District to essentially utilize and maintain Bicentennial Park, which is again located on the east side of the Stewart Causeway. That is pretty much what the city has had in terms of an agreement, and what the city has done is maintain essentially mowing, weeding, putting and collecting, maintaining the trash containers that are out there. To my knowledge, there has been, and here up on the screen is an image of the property, the area. The city has not, to my knowledge, held any events or activities or anything other than really utilized it for sort of, the area's closed when we have had the 4th of July fireworks next door at the school fields area. And also we allowed Pinellas County, the Sheriff's Office Marine Unit and their contractors to utilize mainly the park area as a staging for the derelict and abandoned boat removal from almost 2 years ago now. So that, unless Jay or Megan, I'm mistaken, that's been pretty much the usage of the park. In the time that I've been here, I've had residents ask, can I launch a kayak? Can I launch a paddleboard from there? I don't think that's not prohibited. So that has occurred. We do allow that. Can I have my dog run around out there? Well, your dog must be on a leash. So yes, you can run around with your dog on the leash. But and then most recently, questions if we could put some sort of fencing and utilize it as a secondary dog park in that park. any changes to the current agreement would need the approval by the Pinellas County School Board.
Could we make it somehow more kayak user launch friendly?
Sure, we could. I think we'd, I
Okay.
mean, we could sign it as such but in terms of equipment, I don't know if probably not a good idea. I don't know.
Yeah, I think somebody wants to comment. Can we let them up? Would you like to come up, sir?
Or hold, Mayor, if I
Hold-
could just go ahead, Megan.
If we're talking in terms of adding structures for launching, I think we would have to change the agreement with Pinellas County and also insurance requirements
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I think it's more if we can move the telephone poles that we could make it. No, that's not it. Please come up and talk to us then, sir.
John Connolly again, Madeira Beach. I originally asked to be able to use the restricted road down to the beach, which right now has signage on it that no trespassing, so on and so forth. So what I had basically asked for was to be able to drive down, unload your kayak and drive out. No parking, no standing, signage, permitting for the use of the road. And that was it.
So to be able to drive beyond, I believe, beyond this little bridge area.
Correct.
And closer to the
Beach.
sand edge to be able to unload a kayak or paddleboard, et
Right.
cetera. I think that's your request.
Right.
I don't think he's asking for the world either.
No, I
No.
think that from my
So,
perspective, I think that's
basically,
reasonable.
Signage, no parking, restricted use, unload and load, period.
Okay, I think Megan wants to
And
jump.
go ahead. I mean, one thing from my perspective, Mayor and Commissioner, before we get to Megan would be, I mean, obviously it would have to be signed. I think it would be good if we were to do it on a trial basis to see what happens. You would need obviously some monitoring so that cars would not park closer, that they would move back to the road. And of course, that's a little bit of a
Challenge.
challenge,
Yeah.
but go ahead.
So one of the issues is that park's pretty heavily used over there. So you have somebody come in the middle of the day when there's dogs running around off the leash. There's children over there. People are using that more of a public beach because they don't want to deal with the traffic coming across the bridge. So how are we gonna, safety issues, how are we gonna make sure somebody doesn't get ran over by a vehicle? And we have had issues in the past where people have used that, much like over off of Gandy where they're pulling on and they're parking their vehicles over there. It has been an issue. There's also drainage that goes underneath that culvert. So it was not made to be driven over all the time. So we would have to think about that.
All right, thank you.
There's been
Yeah,
excavators,
I mean,
and a dump trailer and
if you,
a tandem dump truck back in there unloading the boats out. So if there was any crushing of those pipes,
it would have, well, right,
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah, that's
But
where they took the derelict boats out. Absolutely.
But certainly something that, I mean, that's something that we can look into and see the possibility of it. I think safety is a big issue, but certainly something we can look into a little bit more. Or any other type of use that you suggest.
Okay.
Can I add something to that?
Go
That's
ahead, Jay.
me back here. So it's like, so the black area you see there on the left-hand side of that is actually, that's DOT property as well. That's where the old bridge used to be located. So that's why it is used for parking and the area that is driven on. And then you have the beach area that's the other property that's owned. Another potential issue.
Can
that
you
we-
say that again?
So if you look at the top left of the photo, closer to the bridge, it looks like the road, it's where everybody parks. That's DOT property as it used to be the road and the bridge connection.
Department of Transportation.
So then the barrier between the two is a makeshift property line. Another challenge that we've seen, and I'm sure the deputies may be able to back us up on this, is if you notice that the dock at Publix is gone, and we have a lot of issues with the dock here. I have seen personally that area be used from the parking lot down to the beach as a loading and unloading zone for these people that live in the boats out on the water, and they will park their cars there overnight and they will load their stuff in and out. So, and jet skis as well. So another additional concern for us to consider is people driving down to unload their stuff to and from their boats, as well as potentially using that beach as a boat launch. As, I mean, and I understand the kayak thing. That is a reasonable use, but we have to consider all the additional unreasonable uses that we're going to have to avoid and police throughout the process.
Very well put. Commissioners, any other comments?
I have a question and a comment. I'd wonder if, how many like legal issues have come, like complaints, sheriffs having to go over there for some reason, whatever it might be. I wonder are there any changes in that respect that need to be made? Do we know that is it a high crime, a lot of complaints? I
I
see
think
we
I'd
have
to-
some authorities.
We'd have to pull the data, but I don't think there's been a significant amount, but we'd have to look at that and then get back with you. I just thinking, I think boats trying to pull up, not so much on the land side. I think we've had groups gather there and lots of kids and lots of noise, but I think the biggest issue is a little bit of what Jay said. People, just coming up and putting their boat on the sand and then going and getting items or supplies from a vehicle. I think that's been the biggest. And then dogs, just kind of people letting their dogs run loose. Not a gigantic issue, but in terms of like a lot of calls, I don't think it's had a significant, I don't know if Corey or Craig are in the back, but I don't think it's had, but we can certainly check to what level of activity that is.
Just curious what that level is. And the other thing is I would have to take a closer look at it to see if there's enough beach where we could designate kayak launch and even, jet ski launch, but with other signs that say no parking and kayak launch and jet ski launch here only and no parking. So you got to take your car back around after you launch it. And that would at least then the kids and the dogs, people would see where they need to stay away from. Just, I mean, this is the first time I've discussed this, so that's an idea that comes to mind. Also, if it's I guess I'm asking that legal, how many complaints have been made, is the loose dogs become a problem? I just assumed it was a dog beach because every time I've driven by there, that's all I've ever seen. It surprised me to find out that it's not. So that might be a situation, maybe a small dog park. I don't know how people would use it, but at least it'd be there. Just a fenced down area away from the water for the dogs. Just my thoughts on that.
Well, we've never told anybody you cannot take your dog there. We've actually recommended people, you can go to the sand and take your dog, but they must be on a leash. That's I think, been the issue. But I would also, it'd be difficult to have motorized versus non-motorized uses. So I would be hesitant for jet skis to be able, but I mean, certainly something we can look into.
Is that entire area fenced?
No,
What am I
just-
looking at that runs parallel with the access
this is
road?
this is the 150th Avenue, the causeway, the sidewalk on the east side of the bridge.
Keep coming down.
Telephone poles.
Keep coming. Is that the
Those are
telephone pole?
what you see in that, those are basically car stops. So because there's a retention pond there. So where you see where it says the ping of Bicentennial Park, those are actually mangroves that I had trimmed down so that we could see the homeless people on the other side of it because there was a big issue with that. So now you can see through there and there's actually a walk path that's been created where Robin is with the mouse. So you can actually park very close to the beach and pull your
Just walk
kayak.
out.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, this is parking here.
Where those
This-
two cars are parked, if you were to park in that general area,
Absolutely.
or just before you park, how far are you talking about carrying your kayak to actually get to the water line?
Maybe 20 feet, 30 feet. It's not very far.
Well, yeah, it's probably a total of about 100 feet till you get to the sand from here.
So that makes it easy to get
Maybe
the
a little more.
kayak to the water. Just makes it difficult to get it back.
Yeah.
Which is why we have to have those parking stops so that cars don't go too far
Right.
into,
Yeah, so
The
this is a
drainage
retention area here.
which follows
underneath.
all the way along.
Yeah, all the way along. And this is there is a fence on the east side here That's the fence to the school property. It's all school property, but I'm referring to the Madera Beach Fundamental actual driveway here and then their athletic fields. But so there is a fence there. There's no other fence in any area. You just have the bay on this side and then the driveway in and out of the park that runs parallel to 150th or the Causeway. And certainly I mean, individually, we can go take a tour and take a look and see, so we can better show.
Yeah, if I'm thinking if you're allowing vehicles to cross that culvert, I think you're opening up a can of worms for cars to park there. It's just a
That's-
matter of time. It's one
Yeah.
more thing to enforce. I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze personally.
Well, I think we should.
More
talk about it
enforcement
some more,
complicated, sorry.
And maybe a trial.
Well, I think the suggestion would, let's see what we can do in terms of safety. Bring it back to you and then possibly a trial to see what. But I think if we can do a little more research and really go in there and take a look and how we could possibly delineate, because there may not be I'm concerned about, I think there is enough space if we would almost have to create like a turnaround and then somehow delineate that turnaround for vehicles from essentially where pedestrians would go. And that's to keep it safe and have some sort of small fence or some type of boundary so that cars cannot go beyond a certain point. And if you make it a kind of a turnaround, you're not gonna be able to park there. It would be very you could, but I mean, you'd be blocking everybody if you did that. Then you risk getting a punctured tire or something.
I have a couple questions. Number one, Megan, when you cut down that
Mangrove.
mangrove area, did you see less homeless people encampment in there?
You know, it changes often over there. So I would say at least once a week, we are removing any type of kayak or paddleboard or dinghies, canoes. They pull them up wherever they can. They try to disguise them as much as they can, but we have signage over there everywhere that says no mooring. I think Deputy Kreger's coming to talk. But they'll remove the signage. So obviously we've had trash issues over there because of the derelict or the boats. I'm not going to call them derelict vessels. We've had several issues over there, but I'm going to let Kreger talk.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. How are you? I'm Deputy Kreger. I'm one of your community police officers. Deputy Snyder's also here. Not really a professional at this. This is, as I said, Bicentennial Park. That's the drive over. I'm usually here about 4:30 in the morning, trying to keep an eye on things, particularly as Miss Megan said, the homeless issue you have. Back here are your Australian pines. They love to camp right back in here. I usually do come over this bridge in the morning, check back in here. This is all sand. This is sand. This is soft sand. I got a 4-wheel drive that the sheriff provides for me, so I can get back on your beaches and the soft area. But when it's very dry like it is now, and Megan can attest to this sand turns into sugar sand. Even with the 4-wheel drive, it gets very soft and it's hard for me to get around sometimes. If folks start coming across here, this is still sand, and the more vehicles that come back here, the softer this sand gets. The more ruts you get put back in here. Our homeless like to come in here, sleep down here. So like I said, I do come back in here about 4:30 every morning and try to take care of any issues we have back in here. That's why we don't have a huge issue. I get on the beach, Archibald Park, Johns Pass Park, and in the beach areas, and also your pocket parks. So I'm around all the time in the morning. So, and I try to take care of that along with Deputy Snyder on the weekends.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the last question is concerning the derelict boats that are off that area right there. There's a couple of new ones. The residents have asked me to address that issue and see what is going to go on with, are the owners going to pull those out? Are we in contact with the owners at all?
I'll get with the Marine unit, but the sheriff's Marine unit identifies they have their process that they go through, and they notify the property owners, and if they need to be removed, the property owner removes it. If they don't, then the sheriff goes through their process to mark and get it removed. I don't know the schedule, but I can certainly find out. I mean, they usually wait till there's a larger number, but I know there are at least 2 out there. And I'm pretty sure the Marine unit's aware of it. They did a review for anchor lighting because we had a request, and they did, I think it was a total of 27 or 28 boats that they looked at, or maybe a little bit more, I forget exactly, but you'll get it in your weekly update. And they did issue some notifications for missing lights. So anyway, they're out there. I think they're aware, but I'll follow up as to what's happening with the one. Looks like it's on its side. I don't know if it's still that way, but
One other quick question. In the past, I know that water was tested by St. Pete College, and it was tested to be heavy with microplastics and pollutants. Are we in charge of testing that
no,
water?
that's either the county or DEP. I think the county does.
Pinellas County does the water testing.
Because if you go, Archibald Park has a sign at 1 or 2 of the access points, 2 of them that say that this is a water monitoring area. They check for water quality. So we'll ask the county if they've been out here. I don't think this is a regular testing monitoring.
No, and I think ever since they replaced the force main, and I would think that was back in 2015, 16, 17, somewhere around then. I know prior to that, the water quality over there was not well, but that's all been replaced. So I'm not sure.
But
I'd have to check with them.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll check. So if that seems, we can do our research, then get back to you and then see about a possible test period.
And I would just remind the commission that the agreement specifically provides that any modification of the park at all has to be approved by the school board. So we shouldn't just be out there doing things or making changes to it without the school board's permission. And I'd also mention to you that there's specific provisions in here that prohibits us from damaging the property. So if Deputy Krager is taking a position or is telling us that vehicle traffic damages the property by creating ruts, that's a violation of the agreement that we've entered into the school board. We may put ourselves in a position where we lose the right to use this property. So anyhow, it's a very short agreement and it's not real specific as to what can happen and what can't happen out there. But we just need to be very, very careful. And one other thing, just being an old timer here, I just wanted to remind the commission that this was the dog park at one point. And in fact, former Commissioner Hushkava, he donated $1,000 to the city to put water there for dogs to be able to use that park. So that's why you may be hearing that it was the dog park. It was. So.
I would think that we would, I don't know that you want to spend a lot of time researching, in my opinion, the temporary, there's just too many things against it. I'm sorry. That's my thought. It's fine as it is.
But I could also ask the school board, I mean, I would infer that they don't have much of a plan, but I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out. Just, that wouldn't take that long just to inquire and see. But I don't know if even, I think Jay has the most frequent relationship with, in this area, but it's primarily with the school regarding using the athletic fields and other programming. I don't think, Jay, that it's really been about this specific area in that relationship, but, and it may not, and likely the contact for this is not anybody at the school, it's somebody in the administrative office for the school district, but it might be worthy just of a call and see what their thoughts are. They may come back and say, no, we just leave it as is, we're not gonna let you. And then it's over at that point. But that's probably the place to be, the place to begin.
Anything else? All right. Next up is item number 5, city manager employment agreement, second amendment.
And Mayor and Commissioners, I've had discussions with each one of you regarding your city manager and the employment and the work and everything that's been done. We had discussed that this over the last few months regarding an employment agreement amendment. So the item is before you for discussion. And similar to a little over a year ago when my original agreement was amended, we just had an item here and as part of the workshop. And at that point, the agreement was extended for an additional 2 years extension, excuse me, a year extension. And this one, and per our discussions, just requesting a 2-year extension and an additional 4 vacation leave workdays to increase that to 25. No other request. I'm extremely content with being here, serving as the city manager I have for nearly 2.5 years. And I couldn't ask for a better place to work. This is the 4th city. I would love to obviously be here for at least those next 2 years and continue to do the work that we've done. And I think the staff really we're doing a lot of great things every day, and then looking forward for, into the future for our capital projects, and obviously ensuring that we keep a safe city, maintain our infrastructure, and ensure that we're, constantly redeveloping or encouraging the economic vitality of our city, not necessarily redeveloping in terms of everything, obviously. But so that's the item before you. Again, we've discussed it a few times in our one-on-ones, and I'll leave it back to you.
First up is public comment on this. Would anyone like to comment? Okay, no public comment. Back to the commissioners.
I personally would like to, this is a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned, the way it is, but I'd like to take it a bit further and get discussions going on how we can make it more of a permanent situation. Both sides of the agreement would have an opportunity, if it wasn't working out for the city or if it wasn't working out for the city manager, to be able to get out of that agreement for whatever reason. But just as a quick one-off, I'd love to see Robin stick around for an additional 2 years at minimum.
My thoughts are along those lines. I'm fine with the extension through the 26th because as Commissioner Kerr suggested, if a city manager does something that we don't like, we're not obliged to keep him. If as a commission, as a board, we can dismiss them, even if it's before 2026. And with regards to the vacation leave, I have no issues with that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, just one thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that. Yes, so nothing else in the agreement changes except those 2 items. So yes, the provisions of terminating obviously stay. There's no change to that. And so you don't have to keep me around till 2026, as both of you have stated. I didn't mention that, but yes, that's important. Those provisions are still in there, and that can happen at any time.
My point was just that why do we need to go through this every couple of years? I'd like to be able to figure out how to make it more of any other position within the city, unless the charter states that we have to, since, the top official has to be on a contract basis versus, following the same pay increases that staff would get, or any other open items, with an employment agreement. Why does it have to be different? I don't know.
I would tend to agree with Commissioner Kerr. If at nothing, I would at least like to see it go out 3 years. We elect the mayor for 3 years. So I do want to say that I have been lucky enough to spend time with a lot of the city staff. And Robin has brought stability to the city, and he's brought stability to the staff. And one of the things that I've heard from more than two handfuls of people is you may not always agree, but it's respectful. And the staff knows where they stand. They want to come to work. He does things on his own that do not come out of the city for the staff. I mean, he's really done a great job of taking us from chaos within the employees to a staff that wants to come to work and feels appreciated. And I think that's a really big deal. I would like to see his contract extended for at least 3 years.
I also agree with the commissioners. I believe Robin is doing a great job as our city manager. I believe 3 years is fair. And we should look at that and decide as a board what we're gonna do as far as extending that to 3 years.
I would like to see two. But it says it has to be a written contract that I'm assuming that means a non-employee, but a contract. I just took a quick gander at the charter.
Yeah, the charter requires that it be a written employment agreement.
Yeah.
I would support 3 years and the sick leave, the vacation leave addition.
3 or 2?
3?
3? Okay.
3? Isn't that what Commissioner Brooks? Yeah.
I wouldn't want to extend it out too far without adding some sort of compensation increase over time. I mean, that's why, I mean, I'd extend it, we could make it a 5-year contract with steps in compensation. I don't, Robin was kind enough to say that, he's doing just fine. He really would appreciate the additional vacation days. I think it would be overstepping for the city to say, okay, well, we'll put you on for as many years as you want, but we haven't talked about compensation. So, as you can see, prices do go up. So that same compensation needs to be bumped. Either, on an annual basis equal to what we do with the city staff, or just a finite amount, or how we want to look at that.
Does this contract, say we did it for 3 years, does this preclude discussions of salary increase, or could that happen in event, regardless? I mean, we did it at, without a end of a contract before. If we wanted to, or if you wanted to request a raise, or if we wanted to give you a raise, we would, I mean, we don't need, that's really not part of this discussion, is it? I mean, we could do
No,
it.
but if we're gonna rewrite a contract, I think we should get it behind us.
Right.
And write it, whatever
Well-
we feel is.
Let me just jump in. The contract currently provides that in addition to the annual salary in section 3B, it says as follows: in addition, city may increase the base salary and or benefits of manager in such amounts and to such extent as BOC may determine it is desirable to do so upon the basis of an annual review of manager's salary. So you're covered for that.
So as I understand, we already have a process for increasing salary on an annual basis.
That's the provision currently in the agreement, and that's not changing. So
Okay.
you'll have the ability to do that, whether the request comes from the city manager or you want to provide it to him without a request. You have the right contractually to do that.
So we're covered for that.
And just to be clear, I'm perfectly happy with the salary, so
Okay.
at this point, but
Well, then I would,
I'm sorry, and the benefits as well, by the way.
I would suggest then that we, instead of 2, we make it 4 years, and that we put it on the annual workshop to talk about salaries every, I don't know, pick November. I mean, but it should just come up annually to be able to discuss it or or something.
Normally, it would be on an annual basis on the term of the contract.
Okay.
The contract was executed in December of 2021. So unless you want to change that for budgetary purposes,
No.
you can always do that. But there's nothing in the agreement that tells you when it has to occur.
Right, I just don't want to put the onus on the city manager to say, hey, guys, I think I'm up for a raise. I'd like it to be something that automatically comes up annually as a discussion point. That's
So
all.
we should change that provision of the agreement then as well. So it's all together, not done by resolution or motion. It should be in the agreement. So whatever the direction is, I'll be happy to prepare the agreement.
So I think that doing the extended years, whether we decide on 3 or 4, another point would be that it tells the staff of the city that we support the city manager and that their leader has the support of this commission. And I think that's also very important. So I would be 3, 4, whatever the consensus would be on that.
Yes, and make it a part of a provision in what Mr. Trask was saying, to make it annual. It's going to happen whether anybody asks for it or not. We're going to talk about it. Maybe on the date or the month that he signs the contract. Now, December is not a good, we missed meetings. This November, maybe. Was there a month in particular when we want to talk about it? Make it a provision,
We probably want to tie it somewhat to budget.
budget? October or before, since we're usually done by
I mean,
October.
probably then in May or June, when we're putting together the budgets. I would say May, as we're preparing
Makes
and
sense.
looking to
As
finalize.
we're having the budget meeting.
Yeah, I would,
Yeah, that sounds good. 4, make it every May, we talk about it for the salary increase. I'm in favor of that.
I'm in favor of that.
I'm also in favor of that.
All right. Next item up then is Gulf Beaches Public Library fiscal 2025 budget.
and Mayor and Commission, we have provided you a copy of their budget, and we have library board member who is Madeira Beach's representative, Helen Happy Price, to give you an update on it.
Yes, hi, everybody. First, I'd like to say that the library's overall budget increased, or we're proposing that it increases just 1.04% from last year. Now, that's a little deceiving because it sounds like you only paid 1% more than you did last year. But on the same vein, we are paying a little more only because we share the expenses of the library by population with 4 other towns, as you know, up and down the 3 Reddingtons, us and Treasure Island. And 3 of the towns have their residents numbers went down, their population went down. So our 25%, 24.8% went up to like 25.8% this year. So that's why it doesn't look like just a 1% increase from last year. But we worked hard on this budget. There's 4 categories where we lowered the amount just because it was more realistic, or we found that we weren't really spending that money. That was travel and training, departmental supplies, reference sources, and audiobooks. But then there's, of course, increases. Like we did put a 3% salary increase built in for next year. The big increase, as you can see from like halfway down, building maintenance. Our last year budget was 8,500. We're proposing 18,500 this time. And that's because back in April, when we prepared this for your review, we were understanding that we had to replace a pipe between the bathrooms in the library to the hookup with Pinellas County. We were told that there's an area where the pipe actually goes up a little bit, and it was causing some backup when the bathrooms were used a lot, which is really only when they have an event or when they have a group, say the financial group, ends for the day and all 5 stalls are being used, there's an issue there. We still do have that issue, but we have found out since, because we're multiple contractors looking at this and trying to get us a good deal, and we're gonna wrap the pipes or line the pipes and trying to do everything except, get under our parking lot, parking garage or streets and replace it. And it looks like we may have a solution. We're gonna try it for a little while, which is basically closing one of the ladies' stalls, putting up a lot more signage about what can and cannot go down the toilet. And we found out also that we were not getting right information about that pipe going up a little bit. It is going down, but the slope is so very slight. It's not very much. And the problem is we have a building built 50 years ago with what was required at that time versus what it is today. And we're kind of out of sync with what the county requires. We can live with it for now, and we're gonna try different things, but that's why that was increased 10,000, and it may be that we do have to replace that pipe. We don't know. Certainly if we don't use it, it'll roll over for next year. Everything else is just like regular slight increases, 500 here, 700 there. We didn't increase our utilities too much because all those LED lighting that we put in has really saved us. We got a new AC, so we didn't have to kind of build in everything's under warranty still. That's it. Anyone have any questions? And I know, Commissioner Brooks asked me last time, what's the difference between dues and subscriptions and library subscriptions? And I'll remind everybody, the difference is dues and subscriptions is just the software programs that we have to have. That enables us to communicate with other libraries and have people that sit in our library and use our computers. There's an Envision software that all libraries have, and it's just not cheap. The library subscriptions, on the other hand, are all the magazines, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, USA Today, Tampa Bay Times, Glamour magazine, everything that we have, like magazines, physical magazines. So those both went up a little bit, but not terribly. And we did budget 5,000 more dollars this year for ebooks and electronic content because that is the fastest growing department we have, and we just want to keep up and make sure we always have those ebooks for people who want them. So if there's any other questions?
Do you want to
You're
do
doing a
public
great job,
comment first?
Happy.
Okay, good.
I had the privilege of sitting on the board meeting once, a few weeks back. They're very well organized, and we were talking about this budget then. Happy's done a great job of making a clear and concise presentation. Nothing here strikes me as questionable. If we're approving it, I'd be in favor of it.
And just a reminder, it has to be approved by June 30th. And I think it will be on your upcoming
Yeah, it'll be at the
commission meeting.
June regular meeting.
And I would also like to remind everyone that an alternate needs to be appointed. So I don't know if any of you all want to be an alternate. You just show up when I can't show up. That's kind of rare, but it'd be nice to have some of the alternates show up every meeting. And we allow the input. We like the input, so they can't vote if your main person's there. But if you'd like to go and get to know what's going on in the library, become an alternate.
Great job.
Okay, thank you.
And also remind everyone about you can still purchase the bricks for the library, right?
You can just go on our website. They're still $100. We're doing the back patio with all, commemorative bricks. People are even asking if they can have a brick and take it out with them. And that's absolutely available too. We can do that as well. So bricks are available. Also want to remind everybody if you've got a library card, you really have access to a lot of newspapers and magazines and things that you can read online. And really that's it. Oh, and we're going to have a new time capsule put back in the wall at the end of this year. So we'll have that as a fundraiser, hopefully earn some more money. So be thinking of that as well. I reminded you. The box isn't very big.
Oh, it's not.
But we can put some fun stuff in there, so.
And if I may, two other quick things. One, you do offer notary services,
Yes, we do.
$5 to have, which is very reasonable.
Notary service.
And also one thing that when I shared with people, they're like, wow, that's actually really cool. Passes to certain museums.
Absolutely. 2 free passes. Museums of Fine Art, the Imagine Museum, Holocaust Museum, not every museum, museums in other towns, Sarasota, all the way up to Dunedin. You just go in there and you can check them out. And basically, they're like virtual. And they're for 1 week, for 2 people. And I mean, the Western Museum, the
Yeah,
James
James
Western
Western.
Museum, what a gem that is. And that's like $30 to get in. So if you can catch them, because some of, they sign them out kind of a thing. But yeah, and now's the time because, it's getting to be summertime and it's all a lot of locals. It's very difficult to get those museum passes in February and stuff when we have a lot of people in town, so.
All right,
Very
well,
nice.
thank you.
Thank
And
you.
as far as the library board is concerned, you can give Robin a 10-year contract, okay? He was at our last meeting and really wowed everybody, so thank you
Thanks.
very much for that.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Make it
you.
happen.
Is there any public comment on the public or the library budget? All right, no public comment. All right, next up is discussion on our parking hourly rates.
So, Mayor and Commission, to remind everyone, the city last increased its parking. This is the parking at approximately 530 to 550. We've had a few changes even after we published this a week ago. The rate has been $3 an hour. And as we're putting together our budget for next year, this would be a good time to have this discussion, specifically looking at what our rate should be, where we are relative to our neighbors, and specifically just up and down the Pinellas County coast. You have a lot of information in this agenda item in the packet, including, again, a comparison with other cities, areas, et cetera. We'll go over that in just a moment. Also, other things to consider going forward into the future. We did discuss earlier today during the budget meeting regarding a parking garage going forward, some additional or newer technology that we may use for assisting the public in parking, assisting for parking enforcement, just other things to keep in mind. But if you look in the first, right after the agenda memo, there's a spreadsheet listing the comparison really up and down our coast. And it's even I've lived in Pinellas County and worked in Pinellas County for 22 years in 2 different cities. And I was I uncovered some things that I was never aware of, which is good. But as you can see, kind of starting in the northern part of the county, moving our way down the coast, only the city of Indian Rocks Beach has a lower hourly visitor rate than we do at $2.50. They offer, I think I listed 58 spaces that people can pay for at their city building or municipal building, and then actually walk right across the street and you're just a few feet from the sand. So that's an access point for anybody going to the beach. We're the same as Clearwater with the exception of all the Clearwater on-street spaces out on Clearwater Beach. They charge $3.50. You can see some of the other smaller cities and towns, Bel Air Beach at $5 an hour, although they have only 2 lots, so far fewer spaces than we have, but they go to, on the weekends and holidays, they're $10 an hour, but you are limited to 3 hours parking at both of those lots up in Bel Air Beach, to all the way down Treasure Islands at $3.75, and St. Pete Beach at $4 and $4.75 on the weekends. However, they do have I think you can call this a little bit of a dynamic pricing. They do charge $25 for an entire day on the 3 main holiday weekends: Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day. Although I didn't ask what they do when 4th of July falls in the middle of the week like it does this year. whether it's just on that day or the day before or the day after. But either way, for Memorial Day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, if you go to St. Pete Beach, it's $25 to park, whether you're there for 1 hour or 30 minutes, an hour, or the entire day, 10, 12 hours. So then you get a better hourly rate. So that spreadsheet just lists all of the, and I included even some of the county lots. We have a county lot in Madeira Beach between at 144th. So it's a Pinellas County public beach access, and the county charges, they manage and maintain the lot, and they charge the same as we do, although it did take them, I think, a little bit more than a year after we increased the rate for the county at that lot to change their rate from $2.50 to $3. But now our park, the one at St. Pete Beach, one in Reddington Shores and Indian Rocks Beach, they have different hourly rates to match what the cities in those communities charge per hour. I failed to mention Indian Rocks Beach. They have, last I counted, about 180 spaces. The spreadsheet says 150 plus. They do offer free parking, which I'm not recommending. They, on spaces in approximately, I think it was about 17 street ends on the west side of Gulf Boulevard throughout their city. I don't know how long they've had that, but so they're the only one that does not charge for parking. The other actual county maintained larger parks, your Sand Key Park in Clearwater, Fred Howard Park up in Tarpon Springs, and are $5 flat for the whole day. Fort DeSoto Park all the way down at the southern end. Honeymoon Island is a state park. They charge $8 for the whole day. So you have a list of what all the hourly rates are, just for really informational purposes. A little about our parking enterprise. And it's in the memo, what our revenues have increased to. Last year was the highest that we had ever collected, just over 4.2 million, up from, you can see on the screen, the total revenue from the meters, fines, and other parking permits. Last year, just over 4.1 million, up from 3.5, 2.8 almost in fiscal 2021. Again, it was December of 21. So reason you see an increase from 21 to 22, a little bit from 22 to 23 on the parking meter column. And then this year we've had a little bit of a decline. We're forecasted to be about 10% through our collections in April. But also what the sheet shows is our parking fines, and where we have gone from pretty much just, we stopped almost stopped issuing fines, COVID and post-COVID, to then enforcing our parking and issuing fines. That's combined with the fine amounts increased for if you don't pay to park from $40, excuse me, to $60, and then improper parking, I believe was 60 or 70, was 80, and went to 90 for improper parking, which are equivalent to Treasure Island is 60 if you don't pay to park, and 80 if you park improperly. So the both of us are at the highest county-wide. So you can see obviously our revenue increases, the parking fines increasing as well. In having a full-time parking enforcement, that has increased some of our expenses. Collecting more money actually increases a little bit because of the technology that we use to collect as well as to enforce. But we have only gone from, I believe, a low end of 2.5 full-time equivalents in the mid 2010s to currently we have 5 full-time equivalents. We have 2 full-time, 3 part-time, 3 full-time, 2 part-time staff. And we just recently filled the vacant part-time position. So we are now fully staffed, the first time in several months. So the expenditures have gone up for that reason, as well as insurance and just the cost of living, salary increases, et cetera. where we go into the future, I think realistically, we need to look at an increase, and that increase to be probably somewhere similar to what our neighbors to the south are charging, whether $3.75 or $4 an hour it would be. And again, this is an enterprise fund. It was strictly a general fund operation, but it would be very difficult to borrow or issue bonds for a parking garage without having a dedicated parking fund to show all your receipts, all your revenue, and all your expenditures, your inflows and outflows. I think that's really almost a requirement in order to obtain debt to finance a parking structure or a multimodal facility into the future. But going forward, as we discussed during the budget workshop, likely there is an opportunity for lowering expenses into the future through technology, specifically for enforcement. We can lower expenses also by eliminating eventually all the kiosks and meters. We do currently have 23, I don't think that spreadsheet, yeah, it should be
23 operational meters.
Yeah. And I think we have 6 or 7, yeah, it's on this spreadsheet here, 23 kiosks and meters. Each one, Jamal, is about to purchase a brand new one. It's about
$8 to $10,000.
$8 to $10,000 just to purchase a new kiosk or meter. But we are seeing more and more communities go to no longer having the parking meter or kiosk. It is 100% based on a phone. You either pay via the app, you can scan the QR code at various signs, and it takes you to a website and you pay that way. I don't know if they will continue to have the 1866 number, but there are a few companies where you can call and then automated system you pay. In all of those, you do have to provide your vehicle license plate. That's how the enforcement takes place, is the enforcement staff scan the plate to determine if you paid or if you have a permit. But in the future, that is one way that we have removed some of the kiosks and meters, specifically, and Jamal, you can, on the smaller lots at 131st,
33rd, west and east, 134th as well, west and east, and 135th, all have removed
the actual kiosk or meter.
the meters.
So again, and then to the maintenance of them, you no longer need the staff to, I know we being on where we are on an island at the coast, the card readers tend to not work very often.
Indeed.
Constantly seeing people trying to get a better view of the screen, particularly depending on the placement of the sun and the glare. Although we are going to put some temporary kind of shading that will help that. But eventually that's where we're looking to go. Again, Reddington Shores, already if you go to that county park, there is no longer a kiosk or a meter, as well as the 2 lots that are in Reddington Shores. You just have to pay via the app or online. And again, we would also, I think, offer a phone number for the ability to pay for those that are not that knowledgeable on apps or using the internet.
And might I add, just with proper information through our website and then proper availability through staffing and then myself, we have not had any hiccups when it comes to removal, when it comes to the removal of the meters that we have already. So it's been quite steady.
Yeah, we haven't had any, I guess, anybody complain or express concerns. Hey, I couldn't pay. If you can, well, I've shared with each one of you, and I think Vice Mayor and Commissioner McGeehan did a write-up with the parking stuff, and certainly the rest of you can schedule that as well. But parking enforcement is not a fun activity. Nobody likes to receive a violation, and for parking, staff is very, very, very I guess, I don't know what else, but very calm, very listening to people, you know, scream and yell and get very upset and try to calm the situation, but it is a difficult process, but we either enforce or we don't enforce. If you're not going to enforce, then you probably shouldn't. Why charge? You know, and that's possibly why some cities don't charge for parking. And I know of two others in the region that do not, I'm not going to mention them because for 22 years I've been hearing it. I was just down there and it was free. Well, sorry, but I will say that our sand and the other cities that do tend to keep a cleaner sand because some of that money is utilized to keep the sand clean and your parks and your parking areas as clean as possible. So at this point, I can open up for discussion or any questions that you may have of.
First thing, is there any public comment?
Public.
Basically, we're talking about possibly raising the parking rates. Please come up. Thank you.
Now you've done it. No, got it. Guys, Doug Andrews, I have a business at 13601 Gulf Boulevard. For 4 years, I sat in Ed's chair here and this was my main contention that anytime the city needs money, everybody goes, oh, why don't we just raise the parking rate? Why don't we just raise the parking rate? Why don't we just raise the parking rate? And Robin knows I love him. This isn't a personal attack on him. But I fought very hard and I fought a lot of people here that would always just say, oh, the truth is what we should be asking ourselves is what other forms of revenue are we generating in the city? Because you can't keep going to the well, okay? Looking at these charts, nothing in the parking numbers from the other cities screams that we are grossly underpricing out. You got to throw Bel Air Beach out. They don't want anybody on their beach anyway, so that doesn't count. We're right in line with Clearwater. I'm not saying not to raise the pricing, but what we need to look at is a couple of different things. Grab some pencils because I'm going to give you a couple of numbers to write down. Last year, the revenues here were $4.2 million and the cost to run the department was $400,000, right? So we're looking at about a net 3.8. We good with those? Okay. This year, our revised numbers, now these weren't the initial numbers that you were given, but these are the revised numbers. You're looking at revenues of 3.6 million with a cost of 600,000 to run the division, okay? So your net to the city has gone from 3.8 to $3 million, okay? That's an $800,000, give or take, $800,000 net difference, okay? Now we're gonna make that up by going to the well. Now let's say next year we have red tide, or next year we have another slow year. We can't predict what's gonna go on with these revenue numbers. So we have to find either places to cut or places to do certain things to make this kind of go away, because I don't think this is the answer. Because next year, if you need money, what are you gonna do? Raise it to $5 an hour, $6 an hour? You can't just keep going on it. So basically, in my opinion, this enormous jump that we're talking about, 75 cents or $1 on $3, 30 some odd percent, right? I think this jump's reactionary, but we haven't figured out the big question. Was this year the anomaly or were the 2 years before that the anomaly? Okay. So we don't really know how we're planning this out and what we're doing going forward. And how does Andrew write a budget based on what we're seeing in front of us? Okay, because we don't know. I will tell you as a business owner, my business is probably off about 10% year over year, which pretty close to what your parking revenues are off, maybe a little bit more, about 15%. And I think most of the businesses down here are doing the same thing. But I think the important thing to do is too, and I know Mr. Tagliarini spends a lot of time in his district. Have you talked to the business owners in Johns Pass about this? Because if you talk to them, they think it should be free parking because that's how it was years ago. And remember, $1 increase, 10 years ago, it was $1 to park here per hour. Okay, now we're talking about, you know, these are big numbers. And if their businesses are down 10%, if you just think of it logically, do you increase your rate when your business is lower, or do you increase your rate when you're doing really well? Based on supply and demand, you increase your rate when your business is going really well. We've seen a decline this year, so we're not filling as many spots. So what's the idea? Are we gonna fill more spots by adding $1 an hour? No, that doesn't even make any sense. That's like if I wasn't selling enough Snickers bars and I said, well, you know what, at $3 an hour, I'm not selling enough. I'll raise it to $4 an hour. Am I gonna sell more? No, you're gonna sell less. Okay, so you guys got to consider that as you go through this. basically the bottom line is we need new revenue sources, okay? We got a lot of new costs and it's not based on anything Robin's doing or anything like that. We've got huge labor surges, right? Increased insurance, the new FRS plan, okay? You know, at the end of the day, it's irresponsible to just keep going out there and using this as your only source of additional revenue. Now, what's your other alternative? You raise the millage rate. Okay, well, nobody wants to do that. Everybody's gonna come here with pitchforks. If anybody knows more about that than me, then I don't know. We had 2 votes, was it 3 years ago? And voted for an increase until I went through the budget with Andrew and we found $300,000 that we were able to, on the 3rd vote, able to cancel that out. You're not gonna be that lucky this year. We're just talking about $800,000 that you're looking at that you're not gonna be able to find, okay? So I'm not telling you not to do it, okay? What I'm telling you is you gotta be careful with this because what you're doing is you're basically handicapping every board that comes in after you, okay? Because if they need money, I would tell them the same thing. Be careful about this because there's only so high you're gonna be able to go. And at some point, especially with these I'm sorry, give me 2 seconds, I'll wrap
No,
up.
go ahead.
Especially with these costs, your fixed costs rising so high, you're probably going to have to look. When I first came on board as the Parks and Rec director, the first order of business they did was they subcontract the Parks Department. I was like, what are you doing? You're taking away my staff. At the end of the day, it looked like a good decision because of the money we saved on that. This might not be a bad time to throw out an exploratory RFP to see if this is something we could subcontract out. It'll save you. Bottom line, at the end of the day, you're gonna save $600,000 a year. If you do a 5-year contract, you're gonna save $3 million right off the jump on costs on fixed costs that you are gonna have to pay no matter what. That doesn't include any capital, any software costs that you're talking about, the $50,000 for the new software, the buildings, the trucks, any increases in salary. That didn't even count that. $600,000 a year for 5 years is $3 million, okay? You get somebody to come in here and buy your parking for 5 years, they'll pay you a set rate. It'll make Andrew's job a lot easier because they'll know how much money you're dealing with. Okay, sorry I went over.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much for the
You're welcome.
information. So is Mr. Andrews correct in the parking budget to operate what we're doing is 600K a year?
In terms of, I mean,
Staffing vehicles, I guess that's what he's
I mean, the
alluding.
expenses are what they are, and it's obviously we look to keep those increases to a minimum. But it's a very, I mean, he's correct in what you're not gonna know what's gonna happen. I mean, we're affected by weather, by lots of factors as to what's that happening. But I think we'd have to look a little bit more into what he stated in terms of the revenue. But I will say that I'm not supportive. We can certainly issue, but I'm not supportive of outsourcing. I think that is just not the correct process to go to.
Now, what he was saying though was, right now, our hard cost to conduct parking enforcement is 600K a
That's
year.
the entire operation. That's not just for, I mean, the majority of that is for enforcement. Yeah, but likely in future years, that is, as I stated, that is going to decrease through technology. And other just changes that we make. And as we get rid of meters and et cetera, that's definitely going to go down. Because we're not going to need to pay for those. Go ahead, Jamal.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to explain it. Doug did make some valid points, but at the same time, if you're looking at parking as a singularity, so I'm out there every day and I look at the numbers every day, and if you isolate it, we're not short in business or revenue or visitors. If anything, we're lacking in the ability of the technology, and then, I mean, staffing has gotten a lot better, but it's mainly an issue of just what I'm trying to say is, what am I trying to say here?
It's okay.
I
take your
apologize.
time.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is we need more structure as far as being out there regulating it constantly, because there is a lot we're not catching. And it's simply, we're not in lack of visitors. We're just visitors not paying to park. So they're occupying spaces, just not so much where we're able to basically,
Yeah, capture every dollar that we really should be, but I mean, the expenses have increased. That's gonna happen year after year, except for the changes that I've mentioned that are going to happen and lower the expenses. But, if you look, the enforcement and where it's gone, that has generated that additional revenue we would never have had before. Because that's what the data shows, is we were just not enforcing or collecting to the level that we should be. That's just a fact, looking at the spreadsheet and the data and the revenue. But in terms of, there's obviously expenses in enforcing and having the staff and the equipment. I'm not so sure, again, if we sell the enterprise, okay, so we're not gonna be spending on average probably 400,000, 400 to 500,000 over X number of years that we do that. We lose total control of the parking, which currently that is about the biggest issue that we face in parking from private operators out here. And really currently there's only one. There are three, but we hear from the largest one from businesses in the village with significant concerns over that private company operating out there and throughout the city. I didn't even mention, I just briefly mentioned their parking rates, because those rates range from a low of $4 an hour to as high as much as currently $11 an hour, as much as $40 for a whole day. So the private are different because they do charge significantly more. And then people who do receive a violation can't find anybody to speak with or to address with the violation until recently that found an email address and a phone number of an individual that the public can reach. But I just don't see how, you can look at how to raise you should be looking or having some sort of plan to raise your rates over time. And you do have to stay somewhat in line with neighbors. Now, if you are lower, are you going to get more people? Probably, but if you're that much lower than your competition, we will be losing. But currently, we're not significantly lower. We can leave the rate as is, but just looking as to what's happening around us, they've been raising that. We raised it once in the last, I guess, when was the last time before December 21?
18?
In 2018.
I believe.
Yeah. Could I have Mr. Andrews come back up here for a minute? Would you mind? Can you give us those numbers again and what years you're talking about?
Oh, sure.
Please.
And let me state before I even say that, I think Jamal does a wonderful job. This has nothing to do with how this is being run or
Not at all.
across the board there. The numbers were straight off, there. You can basically see them on here.
Okay.
You've got your total fiscal year, total 4.1. I think Robin had put it on the thing as 4.2. So that's the number I used. When you take it across fiscal year for the annual totals, 4.2 million, 4.1 million, and the bottom one is the second year at 3.6 million. The costs are up a little over $150,000. They went from about 450 in fiscal year 2023 to a little over 600.
Here's the expenditures for the current year are budgeted at 612,000. Last year actual were 463.
463. Okay, 150. Yeah, $150,000 rounded up. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
So there's your two numbers. So basically,
But the average, you can see the year. The average has been about 400, a little over 400,000 for the prior 3 years. It's this year where the budget was a little bit higher. And we can look as to the exact reasons for it.
Insurance, FRS. And I'm not contradicting you, Rob.
Yeah, no.
The costs aren't going to go down except for with technology in the future. Costs of labor, and if we're saying that we're not managing the spots, well, what does that mean? We don't have enough people, so that we need another person, which will add more to the budget?
Yeah.
Or is it a technology issue that we're not managing the thing there. I will disagree with Jamal on the fact that we're not for a lack of visitors, because every business in town is down. I mean, you can knock on any business owner's door and they're saying, well, wow, we had a pretty good boom during COVID, and we've kind of settled back into kind of pre-COVID
norm,
numbers.
yeah.
So like I said, this has nothing to do with the staff. This has nothing to do, I don't want to see anybody lose their jobs. You're the stewards of the city. It's your fiscal responsibility to make sure that we're running in the right direction. And at some point, like I said, when I walked in and I got a staff taken away from me, and then all of a sudden I started looking at the numbers, I go, oh, now I see why. This makes more sense, because it's easier to take a situation like that and subcontract it out, okay, in order to make the division or the unit stronger as on its own. You know, the bottom line is we're not the federal government. We are not allowed to run a $34 trillion net negative budget, right? You can't do that. We have to have a balanced budget in order to get it approved by the state. So just an idea, guys. That's just something to look at. And that's why you just got to be careful that every time you need money, you can't just go, maybe it is a millage rate that you got to do. Okay. And you got to bite the bullet and do that. Nobody wants to do it, but at the end of the day, nothing's cheaper than it used to be. And every time we go out and do another road project, guess what? If we did it 15 years ago, what would it have been? A quarter of the price? Okay. We didn't. Okay. So, but that's left on you guys now, because these roads aren't going to get better by themselves. They're going to keep deteriorating until they're fixed. And there's a plan in place to do so. Where's the money going to come from? That's all.
Thank you for the clarification
welcome.
and coming back up.
And also, Mayor and Commission, keep in mind, this is an enterprise fund that just started last year. So prior to that, this was all general fund revenue. So that is a pretty big difference. And also, we're just, again, the reason for this or mentioning an increase is to stay competitive, not because we need more money. I mean, if you look at the spreadsheet, obviously the revenue has been increasing. And it's been increasing substantially due to the number of visitors, but also because we reinforced and rededicated the actual enforcement. That means staff went out and started identifying vehicles and writing citations for those that did not pay, mainly, and secondly, for those that parked improperly. They parked where they should not have, et cetera. And I mean, we averaged from, I was telling Jamal the other day, we were not even covering our total personnel costs for the parking enforcement, because for numerous years, if you just look equipment aside, capital aside, everything, just salaries and benefits, they were more than the amount of parking fines. More than the 83,000 in 2018, 116,000 in 2019, 79,000, I know it was COVID year, 37,000. We were spending double to 2 to 3 times in the enterprise. And then we began the enforcing. Revenue goes up combined with the rate. But again, we're looking to stay, and we wouldn't even begin to, whatever the new rate might be would not go into effect until October 1.
And just to reiterate, I do not know the revenue of the shop owners. I'm just strictly stating the traffic of the vehicles in and out. They might not purchase anything at a shop or a restaurant. I mean, of course, a restaurant, but again, the traffic has been, of course, steady or less increased. And that's what I was referring to mainly. So just the amount on the beach, it's constant flow, especially on the weekends. And then, of course, Village is always busy, constantly. So that's what I was mainly referring to. I apologize.
Commissioners?
May I? I'm sorry. When we had this discussion a year ago, we were looking at the increase from 420 to 460 as far as expenses, 10% increase in expenses. But if you look back at the revenue, it was like $600,000 more. It was a no-brainer. Now the expenses have increased. I think that's almost a separate discussion of what we're talking about here as far as the rates. I think that there is opportunity to reduce expenses with capital investments in technology. So I think that that discussion should be taken at a separate workshop on how we can do that. I know Robin and Jamal have been looking at different options, and I think we'll get that number down. As far as outsourcing it, I recall having a presentation on outsourcing it. I think Mr. Andrews was part of that. I didn't care for the way it came across. I felt like that was going to be a negative for the city. So the discussion's really about the rate and competition. Given I'm not out every day looking at the parking lots, Jamal could speak to this, but it seems like they're pretty busy. Our neighboring Reddington, Shores, Reddington, that's $4 an hour. Neighbors to the south are $3.75 or $4 an hour with Treasure Island and St. Pete Beach. So my gut is that we definitely need to be competitive with them, or we're leaving money on the table. I don't know of any tourist who's paying the fees, because all the residents, they're not paying anything. I don't know of any tourists that are gonna decide not to go to a restaurant or visit John's Pass Village or go to the beach because of the dollar difference if it went to $4 an hour when they're on vacation, when they're down here for a week or a month or for the season, whatever it is. I would think we'd want to bring ourselves in line, and just as the previous board's done, dedicate that to the parking structures that we're going to build. We're not sure where we're going to build them. All those discussions still have to be made, but we're going to make an investment in parking garages and increasing the number of spaces, which again, is going to increase our expenses, but overall, it's going to increase the bottom line. I don't see any loss of usage by increasing the rate from $3 to $4 or whatever is negotiated. But that's my 2 cents.
So I don't know whether or not we should increase the rate. I think that going up $1 is a lot. To go from $3 to $4, that's a big jump. I would be concerned with how the businesses in Johns Pass would feel about that. People complain about having to pay to park, and I understand the people paying are not the residents. But when we're talking about increasing what we're going to be bringing in, if we're going to spend the money on technology, we're going to lower our expenses, we're going to increase our revenue just by lowering our expenses through technology. So I think that if you're talking about going up on parking pricing to increase revenue, I mean, I would love to know where we could find another way to get revenue in the city that wasn't through taxes or parking. I don't think anyone up here wants to increase taxes. But I also don't know that I think we should increase an entire dollar. That just seems like, it just seems like a lot.
Commissioner McGeehan?
Yes, I agree with the fact that increasing it by $1 is quite a bit. You know, I'm willing to compromise on that, maybe 50 cents, you know, start it out there. But $1, that's pretty steep that I believe. There's a lot of restaurants and businesses in Johns Pass that I believe would kind of be upset about the $1 increase.
If one other thing to add about the village, or 2 things. One, that's some cities have gone to varying rates. So that's something to consider, what that would be, whether in the village is a different rate than right along the lots closest to the sand. You know, there are some people that go to the village and go to the beach and vice versa, but the majority, if you're going to the sand, they're in the sand. Those that go to the village and boardwalk go to the village and the boardwalk. As I said earlier, the private lots, so the parking garage in the village, I didn't mention, I believe starts at $5 an hour. Then I think it drops off for your second hour at $3 an hour, so it's an average of $4. I think I've shared with most of you, then the other spaces that are privately owned in the village range from a low of, well, in the lower time of the year, less crowded, $7 an hour to as much as almost $12 an hour, and occasionally as much as $40 for the whole day. But however, they have been, now that we're in the busiest time, quite a few of the private spaces near the garage have been $20 in a minimum of 2 hours. So where they were last year only $4 an hour, they made a pretty significant increase for the rate. So we, as I've already said a couple of times, we are well below the private sector, even in our own city, let alone other cities.
So regarding the increase in parking, my initial response is I'm not happy with raising the parking, but I see that Treasure Island is 375. We see that Indian Shores is 4, but let's remember that Reddington Shores is 4. Reddington doesn't have any parking right next to us, so that's a couple of beaches down before they compare it. But seeing that they're at 375, I don't feel strongly that we'd have to go to 375. I would be happy with 325, 350. So I'm in favor of a modest increase, but I would go as high as 375 to match Treasure Island. With regard to, although it's not part of the discussion, but since it's come up, contracting it out, I would be opposed to that. I'd like to be responsible for our parking. We have a department, a parking department, and so like when I get an email from usually not a resident, it's from a guest who's complaining about $75 day fee during a special event in John's Pass because of that contractor, that parking contractor. My answer always has to be, I'm so sorry that's out of my hands. I would rather not have to say that. I would rather be in charge so I can say, well, let's look at this and let's see. Basically, I'm going to tell them why they have to pay that fee, but we own that. It's our parking, it's our decision. With regards to revenue, which is also not part of this workshop, but since it's come up, revenue, I've often thought maybe we should, since we're using the Park Mobile style, not a kiosk, let's start charging for some of the free parking we have. District 1 has a ton of free parking. Let's put up the little sign that says you have to park mobile here. I bet we could find a lot of places to charge where we're not charging at all. So that's my feeling about parking.
We're not allowed to have a bed tax. Parking is our bed tax. We have out of state or people visiting from Tampa, $1 difference in parking is peanuts. If you're going to dinner, you're spending $100, $200. An extra $1 for parking is not going to keep you from going somewhere. If you're just going to go down and enjoy the village, going to the beach, again, this is a revenue source that I always ask myself, and I've said it before, how does it benefit the residents? As long as those parking spots are going to be full, we want, in my opinion, we want to maximize what the market is. And we've seen that what the market is. The market is $4 an hour. If that's my opinion. If the rest of the board's not comfortable with that, that's all about negotiation. But it's not like we're charging our residents anything. we're actually, by not maximizing the value of our assets, which is the parking, we're not maximizing the revenue that the city can use for services that are provided. So I wouldn't be squeamish about the rate. Again, it's not your neighbor.
Do we know what they charge at the lot across from Caddy's? Somebody was telling me $6 an hour.
It was 7 an hour, 6 and 7 an hour. Yeah, it's.
Okay,
And, yeah, it's either 6 or 7 an hour. And
okay.
I'm not sure if they went to the 2-hour minimum. That was the other, is most of these are 2-hour minimum. They'll either list a flat rate or the hourly rate
Yeah.
for the 2-hour minimum.
I agree with Mr. Andrews with what he's saying, that we can't keep going back to the parking fund for things. However, that is its own enterprise
Correct,
fund.
right.
And that's driving us to build this parking garage. That was what that money's there
Correct.
for. The only heartburn I have is that it's costing us $600,000 a year for parking
yeah.
enforcement.
Well, that's what the budget, we'll look at the budget in
Yeah.
more detail and come back, because we can, again, look at exactly, I think that had to do with some of the equipment, and so we'll come back and give you much more detail of that.
Yeah.
So I know there was a budgeted item for contracted services that was significantly higher than the prior year, but, so we'll look at that in detail, and again, it has averaged under about 400,000. And that's really kind of where it should be with the full staff of the 3 full-time and 2 part-time and just equipment. And,
Sure.
there are expenditures related that do increase when we've gone to where we're now probably 50% with the people paying on the app versus paying at the kiosk. About a year ago, it was like a 70-30. 70% were paying on the meter kiosk, 30% via the app. If you pay via the app, that transaction fee in aggregate increases. And we're simply a pass-through. We collect the 45 cents and then pass it on to Park Mobile. So that has increased as more people are using the app, which increases.
To give you perspective to add to that, the total operating expenditures of the parking management department fiscal year 2023 audited were $623,000. In 2022, it was $420,000. The account that was the biggest driver of that change was the processing fees. And so that it doesn't get netted from revenue. We put that in operating expenses. And so in 2023, that number was $250,000. 2022, that number was $185,000. So about a $60,000 of that $200K increase related to those fees that are associated with transaction processing. So obviously, higher volume, as Robin mentioned, drives the increased costs.
Well, I think at $4 an hour, that's middle of the road for us. That's where I would be okay with, actually. Between 375 and 4, that puts us middle of the road. We're not the lowest. We're not the highest. It's going into the parking fund to build this garage. And we're not robbing it,
Correct.
Peter to pay Paul kind of thing. So I think that makes logical sense.
We're going to need revenue to pay these bonds that we're going to float to build these garages if we can get ahead of it. And right now we have $1 million in the fund. I point to Mr. Andrews because he was a part of that. I think he steamrolled that. Bad choice of terms, but
And thank
he
you.
introduced that
thank you for
50
that.
cents to go towards that, and it's gone a long way. I'd like to do the same thing and add the dollar and put it directly into that fund, because we're going to have millions of dollars. And if we don't have to, if the bond is a little bit lower and the revenue is a little bit higher, it's going to be a lot easier to swallow and keep our millage rate the same. And that is doing something for the residents. That's benefiting the residents.
And my apologies, just to clarify one other thing. I did say parking fund. Up on the screen, the majority of parking goes into the parking fund, but we also have parking revenue that goes into the Archibald Fund. Because so the spaces in Archibald Park go into the Archibald Fund that pays for public works and recreation expenses of staff, but also the cleaning of the beach, the cleaning of Archibald Park, and those expenses associated with that. So you could, the budget for the current year, we had budgeted 3.9 million in the parking fund, 650,000 in Archibald, but we're estimating that they will come in about 10 to 12% below that. We'll, you know, we still have May through September, and usually June, July tend to be, well, July tends to be one of the higher months as well as May. And not because they have the extra day, it's just because we do get a lot more visitors during those two main holidays, Memorial Day and 4th of July, and those weekends around there. So if I may, it sounds, we would come back. Would you like a future discussion on this later in the year? Our plan was to, we would put this in the fee and collection manual process, so it has to be an ordinance, which would require 2 readings. But we were looking at bringing, again, as I said, for fiscal year 25 budget, this would take effect October 1, and bring the item back for a first reading in July. I think at the August meeting, second reading at the September meeting, and then take effect on October 1 with next budget year. Unless you want us to bring it back for another discussion or have a public meeting, I don't know. I mean, again, this is more of an impact for our visitors than for our residents. I know that there are, we also, part of the enforcement is we began enforcing in neighborhoods related to what Commissioner Tagliarini stated, because there were issues in neighborhoods where we had beachgoers parking there, combined with the ability of our fleet, particularly our sanitation, to navigate through certain streets. So we restricted parking in the neighborhoods along Palm, along the Boca Ciega, along 140th and those areas to keep beachgoers from parking there. So we made that resident permit parking only. And so we're enforcing that. And if we find vehicles parking there that are not residents, then they receive a violation. We have had a few residents that were ticketed, I think because they had been parking in places where they had been for a very long time, such as golf carts going and parking at Archibald on the sidewalk, or parking in the Shell. And we gave warnings initially from what was communicated to me, and then violations. But the 90, I mean, Jamal could probably better explain, but definitely well over 95, 96, 97% of the violations are visitors. And the others we've had a lot of construction in some small streets, and that has led to issues. I had a very irate resident on 129th earlier today. And so we sent enforcement. I don't think we wrote citations. We explained to them how to handle. And then we did write one to another very irate gentleman here on Madera Way, but that was after many times that we had informed them that you cannot park on the sidewalk.
That was
The
me.
right of way. There were a few, not
Oh,
just.
God.
So that, just to add some more information to that, but we would bring that back, again, for first reading and second reading, unless you would like further discussion at another workshop.
We can
Well,
bring,
just in an effort to, because I think you're looking for guidance for which way to go. Mr. Mayor, one of the things I love about this board is we can have civil discourse and we can evolve, we can change.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking I would increase, I would approve up to 4, but no more at this point. Based on the parking garage, the increased revenue, but I would like to take a look sometime at finding parking, charging for parking, which is currently free. if we, just to help increase even more our revenue. So that's,
Yeah.
if that gives you any guidance.
Yes, and we, no, thank you.
Absolutely.
And free parking, we do currently have some, and it's First Street, just back here on 153rd and First Street, probably about 20 vehicles. And so when Archibald Park fills up, people will park here. We have only charged there for special events. So that's an opportunity. We will look obviously citywide, but I can tell you that that's clearly one. There's even some spaces on Second Street that have been free. Madeira Way is kind of a nut. We don't encourage, we have signs, no beachgoers parking there. But that has been free
I'd
forever.
just like to have that discussion. 133rd has, it's a big wide road. People park there for free. We could, just consider that. And with the park mobile style, it's very easy to monitor and for them to pay. So, and maybe it's a seasonal thing. Maybe from November to April. It's, I don't know, just saying options for increasing revenue, but I would go as high as 4.
Last thing before we get off the parking subject. Is it city policy that you have to pull straight in, not back in any paid parking spot within the city?
Your license plate must be visible at all times. So if you're parking, if you're backing into a space and you're backing into a point where you cannot read the part, my officer cannot read your driver's or your vehicle plate, then
For any of the
put up
paid
signage.
parking spots?
So we've mitigated by putting up signage where it's been problematic, but again.
Okay, I only bring it up because a resident brought it to my attention today and was asking that about the caddies parking area that they've just seen a lot of backing in, which I personally don't have an issue with it.
A little safer.
It is safer, but you can't enforce your parking, so I understand.
Right. A lot of, maybe 2-3 years ago, quite a substantial amount of revenue was due to, or citations were due to people backing in.
So basically, if it's an out-of-state vehicle and they back in and they have their tag on the front of their car,
Makes it easy.
you don't have an issue with that,
No.
as
But
long as you
then-
can see the tag. Okay.
Yeah.
And the other safety issue you have is the pickup trucks with the Florida plate that would back in with the trailer hitch. By the time you back in and the rear tires touch the bumper, that hitch is in the walkway. Take out somebody's shin, cause a little bit of grief there. So maybe we should have a global policy on that it's head-in only. I don't know.
Especially at Kitty Stewart before,
There's-
basically I've seen a lot of back-end vehicles impeding in the walkway.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
consider
safety
that.
first.
I can put up no backing in signs.
That's probably
It's
a
probably
good place.
beneficial.
Yes, sir. Please come up.
All right, to address Kitty Stewart. If you don't back in, you can get run over. Because if you're taking stuff out of your trunk, the people that are coming in that parking lot are not coming in at 2 miles an hour. They're coming across a double line. You're standing there with your wife on, taking chairs, umbrellas, whatever. It's a dangerous situation. So the Kitty Stewart should be because you don't have the room.
I understand.
That's the first thing. The second thing is with the parking going to $4. I mean, not take your eye off the subject is like Robin says, you got to get this parking garage because that's going to increase revenue. But besides that, it increases the volume of people that are going to shop in all those stores. Okay. Which you don't, because I watch it all the time, because I go fishing in John's Pass, the people that park across the street in the old Left Rock parking lot, if you're from out of town, you don't go into John's Pass to even look for a parking spot, especially Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night. You go across the bridge There's plenty of parking. There's like 250 cars over there. You walk across the bridge and you're not getting that revenue. And that revenue is higher than $4. So, and then you take the Pirates that have the private parking lots, they're way above $5 and $6. Caddy's is way above. So to raise it to $4 is like you say, another dollar is not gonna change anything.
They're not gonna bat an eye
But-
over it.
Keep your eye on the subject, it's the parking garage. We need the parking garage. The parking garage is 5 years, that should have been done 5 years ago. So
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Commissioners, anything else on that? We can move along. All right, I see somebody's ready to jump up here. We have RFP 2024-01, the HR classification and compensation plans study. Oh, no.
Mayor and Commission, sorry. We had discussed this at the last workshop. We have invited and he graciously accepted Mr. Jerry Cantrell with the Civil Service Commission to give you a presentation and provide information and regarding the city's RFP process to have a study conducted of our human resources, classification, and compensation plans. So, Mr. Cantrell.
Do you have it loaded or should I? The PowerPoint?
It's not preloaded.
I don't know. I've got it on here. One from yesterday is not gonna, because I had to go in and modify some stuff on it. So how do I connect?
Let me connect, yeah.
I did email it, so I don't know. Just connected HDMI. Yep. The correct way. Correct way. Nope. Okay. All right. You guys on the last one brought up some really valid questions about why were we requesting to have the compensation classification study performed? We actually spent time in a meeting actually to talk about that. What was your concerns that you had addressed? Get those written down and come up with some responses to it. And through that, let's see, so where we started at was here, all right? Why are we coming up with this? And I'm just gonna start right where it says inside of the charter. And it's because we're currently working on the personnel policy and procedures, and what we're going to present to you guys for you guys to eventually do the approval on. Part of it is actually written in there to look at classification and the compensation. And as we're doing that, we go back and we look what the last study was. We look at the last study and we're like, okay, well, we need to look at the job descriptions. Look at job descriptions, we look at the classifications and all these things tied together. And we see a few problems, and that's what this will address, all right? So I highlighted a few things there. We're supposed to prepare the rules. You guys look at it. We present it to you. You guys by ordinance either adopt it, change it, whatever has to happen, okay? The things that we have to do in there, and I'll read it verbatim, the classification of all classified city positions based upon duties, authority, and responsibility of each position, with adequate provisions for classification of any position whenever warranted by circumstances. And second is a pay plan for all classified city positions, all right? The last, let's see, it was just a compensation plan that was done. It was a compensation study that was in 2019. It was done by public sector personnel consultants. One of the things that was asked, which coast is Garing Group on? So where were they located? All right, Garing Group is the one we're asking. I've done. So I went and I actually looked this up and I'm trying to figure out, well, where is this company at? This company is literally a West Coast company. They're doing something in Connecticut. I don't look to figure out what it was. And there's three public entities that they deal with in Florida. One's the city of Clearwater. The other two are aviation entities. I don't think we're gonna match a lot in aviation. Other one might have sanitation. I don't know what else there would be there. And this is gonna address you some of the key takeaways from that FY 2019 plan and why we're asking to do this again. All right.
So when I get to there, with a summary, which hopefully you guys did get a copy of that, did you get electronic link or the PDF itself? It's 47-page document, and I'm looking right at specific pages, and all I'm doing is highlighting specific things on there. So the city at the time that this was done had approximately 51 positions, all right? They were asked to go in and just do a pay plan. And it specifically stated there on the second page that they were not contracted to do classifications. And that meant that they weren't able to do a full study, all right? So when they brought this back, they talked about it. They said the city's current salary ranges were competitive for about 43% of the benchmark sample, all right? They're competitive for that. I'm gonna differ with this and I'll show you why, all right? And 57% were not competitive, all right? They were up to 40% below market value. And in 2019, there was a specific pay plan. 2020, we had COVID. 2021, salaries did not increase. 2022, 2023, they did increase. And I believe it was a cost of living adjustment for 2024. I don't know if there was major increases outside of some other things that you guys have done, all right? You go to page 3, the next page of 47, all right? The steps they used. They said, without conducting a full classification, this is their verbiage verbatim. Without conducting a full classification study, the information on the following pages are loose recommendations. You're on the 3rd page. You have 44 more to go. And there's nothing that's really based on sound evidence. It's just, hey, we did this comparison of 30 of your 51 positions, all right? And that's what I've got up here. And where if you look at the kind of tan color, the 17 and the 6, that's 23, all right? Those two percentages on the side are 77%. There were only 7 of the 30 positions that they evaluated that were comparable to the market at the time, all right? Everything else was either 20, well, those 20 were above or the 17 were below. I think it was 5 of those jobs were specifically addressed in the following year, and nothing happened beyond that because of COVID. All right. So at the time that they did this as well, so what did I see? I got that there. They said it loosely fit into it. I'm saying it's 77% because if you look at what's above and below, you're not within the market range at that point. All right. It's only those 7 in the middle. Only 30 of the 51 positions that were there originally were analyzed. One of those was actually the chief of the fire department. Nobody else in the fire department was included in this study, not a single bit of it, all right? So those weren't, and you guys have recently had to actually go back because you realized after losing a person, maybe it was for promotion or something else, and it was good for that person, that you're having a hard time keeping the fire department. So outside of the collective bargaining agreement, you agreed to go ahead and raise their pay above starting the next collective bargaining agreement, which I think is on the agenda for tonight, which means they're going to get another pay raise on top of that. All right, so there are definitive problems with this study. And the thing is, it didn't cover what needed to be covered. This is what it looks like you should be doing. It wasn't, this is really where you need to be at. 22 of the positions that we currently have from the 2019 study that are currently, and this is not including the fire department, all right, I can't find a direct correlation to the job descriptions they had. I mean, we have a GIS technician right now. You have a media person. Those were not included in that to start out with. And I also put that in the fire department. We did have a discussion though, and we believe that the executive assistant might have been included in that for the fire department, but we're really not certain because based on the wording of that study, it says nothing but the fire chief was included in the study. The things that we can get by doing this is Gearing Group will provide us with a comprehensive analysis of job descriptions, which will be classified in comparison to federal standardized occupational codes. And there's a hyperlink there if you want to go look at it. It's really not great reading. It'll put you to sleep in about 5 seconds, but it's how the federal government classified jobs. It's hard to fit every orange into an apple basket. And so there's going to be some variations there, and Gearing Group has a really good ability to match these things and correlate them better so we get better understandings. We're expecting that they're going to provide tools that will make it so HR and Mr. Gomez can go back year after year and make this a lot easier. All right, so it doesn't have to be repeated on a consistent basis. I went the wrong way. Sorry, guys. Let's see, what else I write there? Gearing Group will assist the Civil Service Commission with the compensation and classification study that sets a relevant current standard for job descriptions to include establishing classifications that correctly matched the market, all right? When we look at this is the cost of what is it for not doing this study. And that's really what it boils down to. And then I'll talk about the 27,640 and the extra 10,000 and why that's there. And maybe an extra 10,000 that might need to be on that, all right? We don't know if that needs to happen. We're not gonna ask for anything additional. One of the things you're having problems with in the city is attracting and retaining quality employees. It's because they can go somewhere else and get a better pay, or they get a better benefit, all right? The cost right now, we have a definitive cost of dealing with staff turnover, because every time you hire somebody new, you actually have to go out and pay for to get all their background stuff done, whether it's fingerprinting or whatever the case is. So there's a certain cost that goes along with it. We need to be competitive to fill the vacant positions. If you look at what's happened over the last 2 years in Madeira Beach, they haven't been fully staffed because the salaries have been below the market. That's a big one, all right? And that still could be a problem if we start to look at what other areas are gonna be doing, because we're not the only ones that are asking to do this. Other cities and localities are asking for the same thing. There was a discussion that we had inside of the commission, all right? And let me start with the 27,640, all right? This study, by the way, was 15,000, all right? I don't know how it went about being approved. I couldn't figure that out. That study.
Which, oh, the one
That
back
study,
in 2019.
2019 was
Okay.
15,000. I don't know if it had to go through RFP process. I don't know how it was decided on. I don't know who chose it. I can't figure that out yet. There just wasn't enough time to look through all the data to figure it out. But if you look at the 15 and all they did was a pay, compare that to 27, 28, let's call it 28 right now. We're asking for a pay and a classification. The classifications that they had on this study showed about 40 different job classes for 51 different positions, all right? Currently, the way the classifications are set up for Madeira Beach that we're using today, there are 7. There are 7. They don't match those 40. The job descriptions, we have no idea where they're gonna fit into that. The classifications don't match. The job descriptions don't match. We can't make complete sense of it based upon what that study provided. And this study even said, if you don't do the classification, you're not gonna get the right information. That's why we're asking for classification and compensation. The additional $10,000, which I think it was you, if I remember correctly, it was you. The additional $10,000 is there is to review the job descriptions to make sure that we're consistent based upon those SOC things. If you look at the job descriptions, because we asked to do that as we're going through this, they're good. I don't want to say we have good job descriptions, but you can tell they were probably written by about 8 or 20 different people over time, and there's no consistency in the format that they use for them. So it's really hard to go and say, okay, I'm going to talk to the town right next door to us, and this is what our job description is for this. It's not going to match up. So if you're trying to do a classification and figure out your pay ranges are the same, you get a fuzzy feeling that you might be there, but you're really not certain you're right in the right spot. So it's fixing some stuff that needs to be fixed, doing an analysis needs to be done. And then the other thing was brought up, what's it going to cost us? We have to do this again. How soon do we need to do it? If we have this, we shouldn't need to do it anytime in the relative future, not within 5 years. But there's a provision written inside of this, and I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Gomez. We can write it in the contract that if we need to go back, they can't charge us but something like $10,000 to do another evaluation. So as long as things remain the same and we're not changing everything, that $10,000 if we had to do it is all you're paying. You're not going to pay another $38,000. So we're trying to look through all of it. Even if I go back and I look at the 8 different companies we reviewed, this by no means is the highest. We didn't want to go with the highest because they were actually not one of the better choices. And it's not the cheapest either. It was, I would say it's probably closer to the mid-range. Is that correct? It's close to mid-range. We looked at the price without a doubt, but we were looking at what are we getting? I mean, I personally called all 8 of those companies. Their people that they said that they actually had business with. I found businesses that said they never did anything with them. I brought that back to the commission and said, we can't use this company. Because if they're gonna tell us stuff that's false up front, why? Why on earth would we even consider them? So those are things, all right? So I'm trying to give you as much as I can. I could go on all day long. I need to know what questions you have so I know what I gotta address.
You started off saying that it's in the city charter that we have to do this. But how often?
We need,
Or in the, maybe.
there's
maybe
no
it's not in the-
requirement on how often. The problem is in 2019, after 2019, we had COVID. The pay raises didn't occur. This, even if you go back and look at it, bring it up this way. One of the jobs, all right, I could talk 2 specific types of jobs. One of the jobs was $9 an hour. And they said that if you worked for the city for 7 to 10 years, which would put that between 2026 and 2026, 2029, they wouldn't even be making $15 an hour in that range. If you even gave them a 6% pay raise per year at $9 an hour over the last 4 years, they're not gonna be at $15 an hour right now. It's not, and we're not gonna, I may be wrong in saying this is me saying it. I think we're gonna have a hard time finding anybody to work for less than $15 an hour right now. If you go back and you look, there was a specific job class inside of the 2019 classification that was called divisional supervisor. There were 3 different supervisors that were included inside of that, but the one that's bringing in 4 point whatever million dollars a year was a lower pay scale, all right? Our supervisor for parking was actually put at a lower pay scale, and he's bringing revenue in. He's doing a real job. Now, I can tell you that from what I understand right now, all of those are in the same classification. But that study would have had him getting $15 an hour right now. I mean, it's not helping us. The 2019 study is not helping us.
I've reviewed the 2019 study because it was sent out to all of us. I wasn't impressed.
Yeah.
I came to the meeting tonight thinking, there's this, I don't want to spend $30,000 on this because I'm not getting anything out of it. The question to the city would have been, what changes were made after the study was done in 2019? I don't know that anyone's here that can address that.
I remember when they did the study in 2019. It was done for entirely different reasons than what the Civil Commission is wanting to do this study.
Were any changes made with the results?
There were changes made to salaries. There were, but the goal was not, it had nothing to do with, it had nothing to do with employees. It had to do with people thought that there were people making too much money, and it was not a pro-city thing to do. This, I've been following their meetings and talking with Robin about some of the things that we will get out of this study. The Civil Service Commission has been working on the employee handbook
Over a year.
longer than that.
Yeah, well,
For
before me, longer
years.
than that, yes.
Longer
years.
than that, for years, like
Yeah.
for 3 or 4 years, the
Yeah.
Civil Service Commission has been kicking the can down the road. And one of the key things that they really need is the classification of the jobs. And somebody, third party, to put out what it should be professionally, not my opinion, Robin's opinion, everybody on the civil service giving an opinion, but a professional opinion that will help us move this forward, finish the employee handbook so that the employees that work for the city can have a handbook, so that we can move forward. A lot of hard work's been put into it, and I think getting this study, although it's a lot of money, it's very much needed.
It won't be repeated in 5 years. It won't. Because if
It's
that-
laying the groundwork.
it's laying the groundwork.
Yes.
And it gives the footprint for our human resources staff to follow through and have something to be competitive with the current market. It will allow human resources to raise the scale if they need to, as well as to lower it when it needs to be lowered. we can't do it with what we have right now.
But it also determines who should be salary, who should be hourly. There, I mean, it determines a lot of things that the city really needs as a tool. And the only way it's going to get into the handbook is to have the study done.
Mhm.
And I think once you have the study, won't the commission be, I mean, aren't you close to finishing the handbook once you
We
obtain this information?
We have gone through and we've done, yes, we are very close. Within the coming months, you will have this personnel policy to review. It's, we've gone through, and you're right, it has taken more than 3 years.
Yeah,
With,
it started before you were
it
even on the
started before I was in
commission.
there.
Yes.
And it was completely revamped after I got in there. So but I know that we spent a year on the current version we're working on, and Attorney Eschenfelder from Trask Business, his associate. Huge amount of work done by him to get us to where we're at. And there's been a lot of back and forth. I mean, we've had some fairly decent discussions about really what needs to be in there. I mean, one of the things we're not asking for, which was inside of this package, is to do a compensation evaluation. It makes no sense at all right now. It would be fiscally irresponsible to ask to have that done. Because in the personnel policy, which hopefully you guys will accept it, and if you want to modify it, it's going to happen. But we're asking for some things to change in there. So if we did ask you to do the compensation, not the compensation, the
Benefits?
the benefits, I'm sorry, the benefits analysis, we'd ask you to do it on what is right now, and then we're going to ask you in 2 to 3 months to change it. And then why would we do that? It just doesn't make any sense. As a basis right now, I know that what's happened is Human Resources is contacting the local communities. What benefits are they providing? What's the cost to the city for those? And trying to come up with a base level idea of, are we really in the right park? Or are we giving away our shirts? Are we not giving enough away? You know,
But just to
those are
be
the things we're
clear,
trying to
you're
find
not
out.
asking for that.
We're not
That would be another 10,000.
That would be another 10,000.
Okay.
It makes absolutely no sense to spend it. It makes
Can I-
no sense to spend it.
Commissioner Brooks, were you done? Okay, so are you bringing us the consensus of the Civil Service Commission?
Yes, we had a meeting specifically to discuss this, and I'm representing the Civil Service Commission in this discussion right now.
So thank you to you personally and to the entire commission for working tirelessly on this for the time that I've observed them. And I'm strongly in favor of this. We have a nearly $50 million a year budget. I think we need to have some validation for our employee structure and of course salaries. I don't see salaries as the most important part of this. I see the structuring as critical for what we're doing. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Is there any public comment on this?
Jerry,
Okay.
I do have another question. So have you seen a sample of a deliverable of what, and you've reviewed
I've
that, the
actually-
commission is,
When I called to the local community, actually not all of them were local. When I called around and asked for results of what people had received, I received some of their documentation back. And Gearing Group gave us a representative copy of what it's gonna look like. It very much so follows the format of what they're gonna give us. It will break down the classification of the jobs. It is gonna take, I think, 12 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes.
It is gonna take 12 weeks. They will request employee interviews. They're gonna go out, and it's not just gonna be 5 beaches they're gonna look at. They're gonna look at the Pinellas area and try to figure out what are we compared to, because we're not competing just with Reddington over here or St. Pete Beach down there. We're competing with Tampa because it's only a 30-minute drive if you're looking at where Gandy's at. So we have to make sure that we're looking at what's going on rather than just what are 3 to 5 beaches doing.
great.
Yeah.
So, Jerry, real quick, the total cost again was 37,000?
I think it's 37,640. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct,
Yes.
37,640? And that's for the 12-week study, correct?
It is correct.
Yes.
And that covers,
It'll look at job descriptions, classification, and compensation.
okay. And currently, anyone had any feedback from any of the residents on this at all?
I haven't.
37,000 to spend right before hurricane season doesn't seem like a lot, but to some of the residents I've talked to, it does, so. That's something that we can talk about, obviously.
Can I tell you a number?
Yeah.
$37,640 of a $50 million budget is 0.075%. We're talking less than 1/10%.
Okay.
It's not cheap. I don't want to downplay it. $37,000 is not
Right.
cheap.
And-
If any of us had to write a check for that, we would look at it.
Right.
But you're looking at a city and you're looking at what you can provide to the employees you have right now and to the future employees and retaining them. That is going to provide more value than that 37,000 you spend is going to cost you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Gomez, don't we have a budget for a survey of this?
Well, we had in discussions through the Civil Service Commission meetings in the last year, my estimate was about $50,000 to have a study done.
So we won't have to borrow from any other funds
No.
to get this done.
No.
We have it budgeted.
Yes.
Have a savings. All right, anything else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jerry, for all your hard work.
Hey, I love it. It's worth it.
Well, next up are the impact fees. However, would it be most prudent to do the Johns Pass Activity Center first? Or no?
I would say do the impact fees so
Okay,
that Jerry
all right.
could head out.
Okay. So next up are the impact fees residential.
So Mayor and Commissioner, I think this request came from the board and really, I think from Commissioner
yeah.
Kerr to address.
I can get us started. I think it was June of last year. That was the last time we saw your smiling face, Mr. Murphy. And the reason I wanted this on the agenda is because I wanted an update on where we were. I believe, without going back to that meeting, we adjourned. You were going to go back and find out what it would take to redo whatever we needed to do to get the residential off of the impact fees. As we discussed back then, when I was on the planning commission, we discussed whether residential had to be included, and I was told multiple times that it had to be, but then we came to the conclusion that it didn't have to be. And I'm just opposed personally, I don't know if, I can't speak for the board, that the residential impact fees are a burden that just doesn't need to be there. I don't think they're fair. If the city needs funding because of residential impact fees, we need to look at other sources because it's not fair to point out we want to encourage rebuilding of homes. We don't want to discourage it. And impact fees are contrary to where I think we want to go for residential. Commercial, I'm 100%. So I'm in agreement, and I worked through all that with many meetings with you. But I didn't know if you had any updates for us, if you'd talked to anyone and where we needed to go to move the residential impact fees, invalidate them. I'll let you speak.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kerr. Commissioner, the way that your comprehensive plan is established, you have to have both, commercial and residential, because your level of service is based on that requirement. So you would need to go back and amend your comprehensive plan. You would need to make a finding that residential increases have no impact on the community. I don't know that I could support that finding, but there may be some way to do that. You could look at some other options. One of the examples is the way that the county levies their transportation impact fee. And they do it as a graduated square footage. Instead of every square foot counting, they have a range that goes, I think, from 0 to 1,500, 1,501 to 2,999, something like that. That would be an option too. But entirely moving residential off of the impact fee ordinance would require a change to the comprehensive plan and a finding that residential growth has no impact on the city's facilities.
Again, I would argue that the city of Madeira Beach is built out, has been built out. We're not talking about growth. If we were talking about growth, adding developments to the city limits, which would be a burden on schools and utilities and everything else, I don't have an issue with that. That's not where we are with this city. We're talking about rebuilding a home to mitigate your home. A hurricane comes through, your home floods, you're mandated to rebuild your home and it costs more than 50% of the structure. Then you have to hit FEMA guidelines. You have to rebuild your home and raise it to not increase the air-conditioned square footage would be unreasonable. You're going to put $1 million in to raise this home. I think that is crazy to have to add thousands of dollars for an impact fee. And you haven't impacted the neighborhood. You haven't impacted the city at all. I have spoken secondhand with people that are in that predicament right now. They haven't flooded for 20 years, but over the last 3 years, they flooded twice. They're rebuilding their home. They're lifting their home. They're adding square footage to it, and they're getting $15,000, $35,000 impact fees. Jenny, you'd be able to speak to this. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, and they're definitely going up the impact fees, so we are seeing.
Yeah, and we're
larger
just at the
impact.
beginning. You bring up a great point. We're at the beginning. Over time, these impact fees are going to get higher and higher, and it's just not reasonable. If we have to change our comprehensive plan, well then, is that something you need to be involved with, or is it something we do internally? We just need to do it. This is not fair.
It's something that I could be involved in if that's the will of the board. What you're seeing happening in coastal barrier islands, which were generally developed with cottages, many of them were barracks that were transferred after the war, and those small cottages are going down and much larger buildings are going up. One of the impacts that has is that many of those new buildings are going into legal or illegal short-term rentals, and they occupy, larger buildings can hold more people. More people have more impacts. That may not be a case if you are a year-round resident and you're just looking for more space. But the trend has been for commercialization of residential properties on the barrier islands.
And you've made that argument prior. I understand. City of Madeira Beach, we've established rental restrictions prior to 2011. We've not been impacted by any state mandates, changes. We're pretty well protected. I'm talking back in areas that are 6-month rentals, minimum. You can have one rental every 6 months. There's no way that changing the square footage of that home, because they raised it and invested $800,000, $1 million to raise it. It's 6 figures before you put up the first wall, because you have to put the pilings in and everything that goes along with it. To add tens of thousands of dollars of impact fee, reasonable person's not going to do it. They're either going to suffer with what they have if they have to do it, if they're mandated to do it. They will. How many residents are selling their home? It's a money grab. In my opinion, there's other ways to collect money to run the services that the city provides. It shouldn't be a one-off on each individual property as it's rebuilt. So if we need to have the comprehensive plan changed, in my opinion, that's what we need to do. Again, I'm one voice on the board.
Just to be clear, if you elevate the home to comply with FUD regulations and the size of the home doesn't change, there's no additional impact fee. It's only when the home gets bigger, just like a business gets bigger, that the impact fee comes into play. As you're currently situated.
Right. People have their laundry in their garage. When you lift your home, you're not going to do that. They have, nobody's, the value of the lot itself, no one's going to build a small rancher, a 2,000 square foot rancher. If they're going to raise it, maybe even the same footprint, they would typically have 2 stories over parking. So if you keep the same footprint, you're automatically doubling the space. That doesn't mean you have more bedrooms or bathrooms. It just means maybe they're a little larger. There's many different designs you can do that's going to add square footage to make your life nicer if you're going to do it. But you're not, again, you're still a single family in that home. And we've debated this prior, so you know where my belief is. But I don't think that residential, again, everything I do here, I try to think of how this impacts the resident. And this is a negative impact to the residents, in my opinion, and I
Can
think it's
can I ask
crazy.
a question?
Certainly.
So if we change the comprehensive plan, you mean the Madeira Beach comprehensive plan, and who would require us to show that there was no impact? No financial impact on the city?
If you're going to continue to have an impact fee, it has to comply with the state statute. And so the state.
So the state is saying that if we do it to businesses, we have to do it to residents.
I think the state's saying that it needs to be equitably applied. And so what we would have to do in a study, which has to be done to underpin the impact fee, would be to show that increased size of residential units has no additional impact on the city.
So but it's a blanket statement. Is it possible that if we change the comprehensive plan, could we have gradations where if you increased it just because you had to raise it up and just added, I don't know, or does it have to be cut and dry, residential, more square footage, impact fee?
And the way yours is based, it's based on to put it sort of clearly, the property appraiser's designation of air-conditioned space. So a garage that's not air-conditioned, that doesn't count.
Got it.
Carport, things like that.
So if you raise your home, first floor's a garage, the footprint stays the same on the second and third floor, there are no impact fees.
As long as that footprint stays the same, yes, sir.
Okay, so they have to make that conscious decision. Do I want to make the home bigger or not and get whacked with the impact fees, or keep it the same? Okay.
Thank you.
And another basis for the impact fees, and I encourage you to get the report, because the ordinance is based on the report and it references the report, but it doesn't have all of the information, the data that's in the report. Your fees are based on the value of all the facilities and services that you provide for mobility, for culture and recreation, which is your biggest aspect. You guys have a lot of amenities in the city of Madeira Beach, and on public safety. And the public safety fee is the lowest. We had a meeting a month ago by Zoom and kind of went over the amounts of fees. And in the time that you've had impact fees, you haven't generated enough fees to really do a full project. No department could find a full project that they could utilize them for. And you don't have to spend them for 7 years, but you do have to spend them by 7 years, or at least the ones that were collected 7 years ago. So you haven't collected that great amount of impact fees. Now they can be used as portions of a project, I can pay for a portion of the project. If only you got $20,000 in mobility fees, you can pay $20,000 toward some sort of road or traffic improvement. But they're basically all to maintain that level of service of your commercial, I'm sorry, of your recreational and mobility and public safety services.
Mayor, you were asking if you raise your home, that would mean you could not have the same footprint of your garage because your garage is typically not air-conditioned space.
But he's saying non-air conditioned space doesn't affect the.
I'm just saying, you would raise your footprint of your existing home. If you have a rancher
Mm-hmm,
and you raise that home,
mm-hmm.
well, you would have to lose that garage. It would be underneath of the structure that doesn't, as far as your footprint. Let's say you have a 2,000 square foot home and the garage is another 500 square feet. You could build a 2,000 square foot home. That footprint of the garage is lost, so you have a smaller footprint over top.
Well, the garage could stay on the ground because it's storage, vehicle, or access.
It would be underneath, that's what I'm saying. It would be, your actual storage would be underneath of your new structure. If you built the structure in the same footprint that you initially had, 2,500 square feet, you would be hit by the assessment of that 500 square foot garage that all of a sudden now is air conditioned, because when it's raised, it doesn't have a car in it anymore. You're using it for a den or a bedroom or just a larger room or your laundry
Might not raise the garage.
I understand, but you're not going to leave an old garage with a new building.
Well, you can put more storage, access, and more cars underneath the new building. But the old garage could stay on the ground where it is because it's not being
That's what I'm
used as
saying.
living
Nobody's going to
space.
build a new home with an old garage on the, that would,
I'm without knowledge.
that would, yeah, well, that would be that would be unreasonable. I'll just put it that way. It would, no one's going to spend $1 million or $500,000 to put a new home to hit the FEMA standards. And I don't even know now that garage would even be able to stay because it wouldn't have blowout walls. It wouldn't meet the FEMA guidelines. It's not going to meet, which is kind of an unrelated place where we've gotten to yet, but the whole Elevate TI elevation of the base floor elevation, because now we've got a lower elevation. The whole goal was to raise the base floor elevation so we don't flood here on the city. As you can tell, this is something that's, I believe in strongly, that to pay for the services of the city shouldn't be the responsibility of a few. It should be that's why we have property taxes where everyone pays a share. Just because you raise your home doesn't, you haven't impacted anything. I get it if you were renting it out and it was, a lot more people. I don't even get that. Because if it's there and you have so many individuals in that place, it should be more on bedrooms and bath. How many people would live in that? I mean, that might be a discussion. But even then, the square footage, I think it's wrong.
Well, unlike taxes, it's a one-time fee. So once you've paid it, you're done. I would say, because I don't know how far we're going to get tonight, you have a provision in your impact fee ordinance that calls for an annual review of the fee schedule. And we could make that an annual review of the whole thing. I mean, that's at the direction of the board. It's updated. And we can certainly take a look at that. It's just, I know how you feel, Commissioner Kerr. I just don't know what the rest of the board feels like and, you know, what the direction might be.
Floor is open.
I mean, it sounds simple to me. If you're gonna stay within the same footprint and raise the house, there's no impact fees. Where you get bit is if you change the square footage of the house, and that's a conscious decision the homeowner and the contractor have to make. Are they willing to get socked by those fees or not?
And the fees are not unjustified. You know, you've got a 50-page report, I think, that justifies why the fees are set the way they are.
I mean, it's all based on the potential infrastructure, correct? And the improvements potentially needed there or the maintenance thereof?
Not so much the maintenance,
Mhm.
but maintaining the level of service.
We're talking fire, EMS, utilities, the whole kit and caboodle.
Everything that the city provides.
Okay.
The county has its own impact fee, and that's basically just for mobility. And it's substantial.
Well, I know, I'm sure this is impossible and it's gonna show my how naive I am. I would like to, I appreciate the situation, residents being charged an impact fee for something they have to do. And rather than just build the exact same square footage, if they're gonna go up, you know, add some more. I understand that the complication is many of these people are using it for temporary housing, for rentals. In a perfect world, in order to not get the impact fee, they'd have to be homestead exempted. They could prove that if they were going to provide homestead exemption, then let them add another floor without the impact fee. But I just wanted to, that's just my perspective. I'm not an expert on it like this, like Commissioner Kerr, but in theory, I agree that it seems harsh. But maybe if they could provide a homestead exemption, maybe that would exempt them from the impact fee.
And that's something that we could look at. I'm not certain about it. I don't know if that's been done anywhere in the state. So that might be something unique. You might want to think about in terms of direction, that if we move forward, what criteria might justify that. Because you can change your homestead pretty quickly. So a smart operator would homestead, get what they needed and move on. So is
Well,
there
then
a
it
period
becomes
of
incumbent
time
on,
that you would want?
becomes
that to
incumbent
be?
on the city to enforce our own codes.
Yes.
I would be okay with that. Homes, but you would have to, you know, like if you wanted to make it a 5-year homestead, if that's okay, is that something you don't have to redo your whole comprehensive plan for? 5-year, 10-year, whatever, that you can show that this is your home. You're not changing. Your family is your family. If you're going to rebuild and you're going to stay there, I just think it's unjustified and unfair. You know, many people, many neighbors that are on the water live in a rancher and they're suffering with being flooded. Not only do they have to concern themselves about increasing their property taxes if they rebuild and get out of the flood zone, but now they also have this impact fee, which can be tens of thousands of dollars. And the city hasn't changed at all as far as their transportation or any of the services that are provided because of that family raising their home.
What triggers the impact fee cost? Is it square footage? That's what drives that number?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, because as was pointed out earlier, you know, Madeira Beach is basically built out horizontally, but nowhere near the extents that you're allowed to go vertically. And so the best way that was determined when we did the impact fee study before, the best way to capture the amount of additional growth is to go by square footage.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Kerr also as far as a punishment. It seems like it just punishes the long-term residents, especially after, you know, the last 3 floods and then building up, right? And obviously predominantly you're not going to have the same square footage, you know, and like you said, you know, building up with a brand new structure and leaving the old garage, you know. I think that's something that definitely the long-term residents are not happy with.
I think everybody's got an opinion on it. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but when you think about somebody is going to build a home and you have a house and it's 1,200 square feet or 2,000 was the number you used, 2,000 square foot with a 500 square foot garage. If you lift that whole house and turn the garage into a 500 square foot porch, you don't have impact fees. And then you have a 2,500 square foot garage underneath your house. So, I mean, I don't know. I remember when we did the study and it was exhaustive. I can understand doing an exception for a homestead, but who's going to police that? We're not the keeper of the homestead. That's the county, but we're collecting the impact fees for the city. So then that's a whole nother level of something that somebody's got to be out there watching and making sure that someone is homesteaded.
That's easy records to look at. That's pretty
But
simple.
somebody has to be the responsible person of that. And then that's another duty or job within the city
That
to
would
make
be-
sure that someone keeps their homestead forever, how many years?
That would be the
I don't know.
permit department. I mean, it's all right there in your tax records, whether you're homesteaded or not. That's pretty easy.
Oh, I understand, but no one's keeping a record of that right now.
No, but when you put.
And in
it
the state
for-
of Florida, you don't even have to live here to be homesteaded. All you have to have is a driver's license and you're homesteaded. As long as you don't claim residency in any other state,
Well-
you are considered homesteaded in the state of Florida. So, I mean, anybody could take that advantage. So I don't know.
you
I mean, I
you
understood why
raise-
we did them. I don't understand. If the commission wants to get some exploratory stuff, I would not oppose it if that's what you want to do. I don't have an opposition. I understand the impact fees.
You raise your home, you have to get stairs to the second floor. That's several hundred square feet.
But
Could
you
be,
only
but-
get,
but,
you only
okay,
get charged for,
every square foot of air-conditioned space. So if you have if you design your home where you actually have stairs and air-conditioned space, that's a hit. You have your laundry room, that's a hit. You want to have you want to have an office. Today, it's very important, if you're going to rebuild a home, especially here, you want to have a home office. Now, how did that impact the city? How did that family that decides that he's working at home now, he doesn't want to have his office in the dining room anymore. He wants to have a separate office. How does that impact any of the services or costs from the city? It's a money grab. It's simple. It's a money grab. That's my opinion.
but we can't stop collecting on residential and continue collecting on commercial. Is it
Not at this point.
right?
Okay, any other
You can do
comment?
things,
Go ahead.
but that's not the way the ordinance is drafted. And so then comes the lawsuit and
Well, and I do think that what Commissioner Kerr is saying is, because I do remember back when all this was going on, the question was, can we just do commercial and not do residential? And we were told no, that you had to do both. So I get what you're saying. Now, a developer would come in and argue to you that the impact fees we collect from developers is quite hefty. They would, I mean, so
Yes, but that's a business. They price their product based on their costs. It's different than an existing homeowner rebuilding to mitigate for flood and deciding to build his dream home. Typically, the average age of people here in Madeira Beach is 60 years old. So you're talking about your dream, your forever home. And not to build what you want because, or to change the finishes in your house because your budget doesn't allow the nicer tile or the nicer kitchen because, oh, I have this $30,000 impact fee I have to pay.
if you just talk about 2,000 square feet, so I've got a 25, just bear with me. I got a 2,500 square foot
You
house.
don't have to do the math. Jenny can tell you.
I
She
just
has-
did it. It's $19,400 to add an additional 2,000 square feet. So now I've got a 4,000 square foot house. And I paid $19,400 for impact fees to Madeira Beach. Now, I'm basing that off of the impact fee on the schedule for 2025. I mean, if you're building a 4,000 square foot house, $20,000, that's not making you change the finishes in your house. That's a big house. Somebody building a 4,000 square foot house is not cheaping on anything. They're not
I'm
pinching
told that
pennies.
1,000 square foot is, what's 1,000 square foot?
But right now, if you look at it's kind of split on 2 pages, 71 and 72 of your packet. So right now, we're at $6.99 cents per square foot of that extra square footage. And then in October, it bumps up to $8.39 per square foot.
And I use the $9.70 per square foot.
So really depend on what you're building. What we're seeing typically when people demolish their homes and raise up, they're going larger.
Sure they are.
Yeah, I mean, you have a ranch home, it makes sense, you're putting all this money into it to increase the square footage. So a lot of times we see double the square footage. It's definitely increase. That's typically what we see.
Yeah. I just think it's wrong. Fundamentally, if it's, if it's a flat 10 grand, still it's 10 grand they shouldn't have to spend.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I apologize, my colleagues. I have to go.
Okay,
So I had some issues this morning and.
okay, you're
so I'm-
feeling poorly?
Yeah. So I
Understand.
apologize. There's some important stuff coming on. I apologize.
Do you need a ride home or are you okay?
He's coming back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh no, one down. Feel better.
I've expressed my opinion enough. So everybody knows how I feel. So you need to give Jerry some guidance.
All right. Next.
Well, anything to bring back?
If the board doesn't want to, if they want to move forward, if they agree with me, then yeah, there's lots of things we could talk about bringing back. So basically, it's going to come down to how everyone feels.
I mean, to me, it sounds like if you do not change the square footage and you just elevate, there are no impact fees. If you want to build a bigger house, there's going to be associated fees. I see Vice Mayor Brooks, she brought up the valid point about the homestead, inability to track that. You can do it from out of state, the whole 9 yards. So I don't see where that would work. So
I just go back to the justification of the charges. It's just they're tens of thousands of dollars that can,
How about reduced rates for somebody over a certain age then? Could that be done? No,
I don't-
okay,
yeah, don't
It's
think
not
so.
about the individual.
I understand,
It's about the building.
I understand.
So Jerry, if we did something like the county does, where they have a scale, it's like what Jerry was saying earlier, it's like 0 to 1,500 square feet, then you have a one cost and then it goes up and then commercial has a different cost. We did something like that, would that be an extensive study or what would that look like?
We'd have to justify it. You know, we'd have to go back and do another study. And
Okay.
in doing that, we could look at a homestead exemption, though I'm not confident. We could look at, again, the law changes, the state law changes from time to time. It's kind of like short-term rentals. They take a jab at it every time they sit down and they're trying to get more commercial into residential. I don't know why, but there's somebody who wants that. Am I not on?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry. We can do that. We can do another study if that's your point. It's been 3 years now. I think the ordinance was adopted in 2020 and went into effect in 2021.
Yeah, that looks right.
So it's been a while. You can certainly take a look at it again. I'm sort of without direction at this point.
What would the cost of the said study be to the city?
Off the top of my head, I
I
have no
mean,
idea.
there, so let me just clarify, there would be a cost associated
Yes.
with doing a study to change this impact fee ordinance.
I think there would, yes.
Okay.
Do we want to request a proposal?
I mean, it
I
wouldn't.
thought that's where we
it-
were a
it
year ago.
Wouldn't cost anything to request one, right?
How about I'll get with community development,
Okay.
and Tom and see what, what proposal, what could be changed and see how much a study would be and bring that back to you and
I think that's most appropriate.
starting point.
Yeah.
I think the whole reason we started down this path was in 2017, 2018, someone actually was asking the question, with all the new development we're getting in Madeira Beach, how's this benefiting the residents? Because in talking about the commercial, the condos and the hotels and whatnot, the residents were picking up the cost, the overall cost for the increased traffic, the services that city provides, but it wasn't directed to residential improvements. And I think that we've lost our way. That's just my opinion.
Let's see what the city manager can bring back to us in regards to a potential study on this. Okay. All
Thanks for
right.
coming out, Jerry.
Thank you, folks.
Yes. A question for the commissioners. Do we want to jockey anything around to try to get some of the city employees out quicker? All right, can we do the concession stand? Let's go backwards. Let's do concession stand, golf ground, golf boulevard, undergrounding, and then local, and then, no?
If we could do the noise ordinance. if we
Okay,
can
all
get
right,
the-
as long as everybody's okay.
Yeah, the deputies don't work directly for me, but the staff do. So, but I know what, no, I'm just kidding.
Okay,
You
But-
can say it, Rob.
but they carry guns, and that's all that matters.
So so the mayor, we can proceed then
Okay,
to the noise
Okay.
ordinance
Okay.
discussion.
okay. Do we have any public comment on this? I believe we do. Please come up.
Noise, sure. Sorry. I'll let you.
Thank you for hanging around.
Tom Edwards, District 1. Commissioners, you certainly are earning your pay today. It's been a long day. Thank you. So I brought this up at the commission meeting concerning the noise ordinance, and I think you heard some citizen comments when we're talking about caddies with noise. And I think that whole issue needs to be revisited. And what brought it up for me was the Madeira Cantina last year I had mentioned had a Cinco de Mayo. They had a big band out there. They had huge speakers out there. They didn't have a permit and they were just blowing music. And finally the deputies got over there after several calls and made them stop. And then this year, they got a waiver, got a permit to go ahead and exceed the sound limit. And the problem with that is that once you have the permit, you can play the music as loud as you want. There's no decibel limit that they have to abide by. You adopted the county ordinance several years back as your main ordinance. And it used to be that if you were within 100 feet, more than 100 feet away from the noise and you were being disturbed in your residence, you could call the deputy and they could take some action against that. Now we don't have that, especially when you get a waiver. Now the commission, not you all, the previous ones, were going to adopt the county ordinance, happy prices. We're going to get our own noise meter. We're going to have people trained. We will always have someone here that can handle noise. That's not true. When I've called the deputies before, we've got someone on duty. We can get them here. A year ago, it was, well, they're up in Largo. We can get them here, but you know, it'll take some time. And so with waivers, the county ordinance talks about the city manager, town manager, can grant a permit. It has to be in writing and can be applied under certain following conditions. The city manager may prescribe any reasonable conditions or requirements they deem necessary to minimize adverse effects upon the community or the surrounding neighborhood. My wife suffers with health condition with constant migraine headaches. She's had it for years. There's a couple years it goes away and then it's come back again. A year ago, she had the flu. She's got migraine headache and we get this thumping music playing for 11, 12 hours last year. And I had asked Jay Hatch, please don't grant a permit for this coming year and pass it on to the city manager. That didn't happen. They got a waiver. And so for 11 hours from 10 in the morning till 9 at night, they were pumping this music out. And they've got a band with drums and amplified music. They could have just as easily had a couple of guitars and a singer to go ahead and do this. They're calling it Cinco de Mayo. I can tell you that 99% of the people have no idea what Cinco de Mayo is, except they want to eat some Mexican food and drink a lot of alcoholic beverages. Some people even think that, you know, it celebrates Mexican independence. It doesn't. So the county ordinance provides that if an applicant applies for a waiver and it's denied, they have the right to appeal. So they can come to the city commission, you can listen to their arguments and you can grant the permit. But there's no provision for the citizen to go ahead and object to the permit. And so that's what I'm suggesting is you also might consider that, is that there be some way. Now, City of St. Petersburg has that in their noise ordinance, and you might want to take a look at that. So in their waivers, it says that the applicant at its own expense shall notify all occupants of the property that will be directly affected by the issuance waiver by mail or hand delivery. And depending upon if it's a residential or a commercial area, it has to be all the residents within 500 to 1,000 feet. The applicant has to fill out the information and what they plan on doing. And there should be some way of minimizing this sound. But what I'm asking is the citizens should go ahead and be able to go ahead and say, we object to this. Let's go ahead and have a hearing. We object to this because there's no requirements to go ahead and try and minimize the sound. Are they having a sound engineer on the scene with noise meter? Are they having an acoustical engineer? Is there a way of putting up some barriers to go ahead and minimize? When you have this type of entertainment at a restaurant like this, the music is booming off, hitting the condo next to it. There's two condos on either side, and it's reflecting the sound. And so,
Mr. Edwards, can you summarize? We'll
I
give you
am.
another minute.
so when does a citizens, where we can have peace and quiet in our residence, get trumped by a commercial establishment to go ahead and have loud music for commercial purposes? And we've heard the same thing with the residents that were here with caddies. So I think that the sound ordinance needs to be looked at, and you might need to put some better,
Language.
well, language in there and for the decibels. I asked that a deputy that was familiar with the noise ordinance and how they apply it to come here and speak to that so we could find out how they do that. How long do they have to test? How long does noise have to be above a certain time? Are they checking for the temperature and the wind speed? All that is reflective as to how the noise is affecting the neighborhood.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any other public comment on noise? All right.
All right. So we received direction at our last BOC meeting when we were talking about accessory structures of the potential or extra noise with accessory structures in commercial areas. So we were asked to bring this to the workshop. And then we also received some complaints about noise generating during special events. So also looking to that as well. So in your packet tonight, you have the Madeira Beach noise ordinance or the section in the code. And then we also included the Pinellas County noise code. We also have the deputies here to discuss how they go about with the decibels and measuring the decibels with noise and noise complaints as well. One suggestion on more of the commercial mechanical units. One option could be, and I would have to talk to Tom as well if this is the best place to put it, but possibly in section 34-87, which is on page 179 of your packet, including another subsection about commercial machineries and including some noise dampening methods such as acoustic enclosures with sound absorbing materials. So that might be a good place to include that, but I would also have to refer to Mr. Trask about that.
If you're waiting for me to respond, I think the answer is yes, that
Yeah.
would be a good location to put it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
That
we didn't
seems-
talk
yeah.
about it before.
No, that's okay. I mean, I'll speak on this a little bit. The one issue that the neighborhood has been having is we're kicking the can down the road going on well over 2 years now. And we have no resolution to the issue. That it's the mechanical sounds coming from the machinery that per our current code's illegal anyway, but it is what it is if they need it. But I mean, if you look on page 189, and this is a direct result of expansion, it reads, when expansion of operation not permitted, this act shall not be construed to permit an existing commercial recreational fishing operation to change to a larger operation with regard to emitting more noise or odor, where such change violates local ordinances, regulations, or creates a nuisance. And this is a direct result of an expansion. So I'm asking for help here. It's been over 2 years. And I noticed in your impact study, there's nothing in there about impacting the residents. It's all about the commercial entity. So I think we just need to do I appreciate everything that everybody's been doing. But, we've been kicking this can down the road for over 2 years and it's got to stop somehow. Put them out of business? Absolutely not. But, and that's been the accusation's been made there, but come into compliance with the laws and ordinances. I mean, we have structures that are not tied down. Scenario, we get a big storm, knocks these buildings off, they're sitting on the ground. They come over and take down a couple houses. Who's responsible? City of Madeira Beach. We don't want that either, do we?
A lot of the mechanical accessory structures that we're talking about
Yeah,
currently don't meet our accessory structure code.
no,
So what would happen in this case is they're needed for the business. I know that
Absolutely.
you know that. So once the new accessory structure code is adopted, then they can officially, we can actually go out and permit it. And at that time, then we could ask for or require, if it's in our code, for those buffering or sound dampering equipment or, something around that equipment.
I mean, would you consider hours of operation? When there's nobody there, the machinery has to be shut
Hours of
off?
operation could also be in there. You can see in that section, in that 3487, it also includes the hours of operation. So that's also something that we could look at. But I think that having some acoustic enclosure around any mechanical equipment, specifically for commercial, or all commercial, I think that that would be a positive way going forward.
I think the problem is it's gonna trap heat and overheat the mechanical units would be my inkling on that, but I don't know.
I did call, somebody familiar with this type of equipment and actually has some personal knowledge of it. He did say that there are opportunities to retrofit and provide some louvered situations on the outside. There's also options to provide some acoustic for the, like the interior, the walls of it, depending on how the case is built or whatever. But he did say limiting the hours for an ice machine would not really happen. He said he's never really seen that, just because of the way they operate, how it's used, how it functions, and that kind of makes sense. He did acknowledge, like, during some of the processes, it is louder than other times because it's switching over. It makes the block of ice, drops in the auger. So those times you do hear louder noises and stuff like that. But it does sound like we do have some retrofit options that wouldn't be asking something that's not possible.
Commissioners? No comments?
I'm just trying to follow along. We're talking about two different noises. One's
Oh, absolutely.
one's commercially for, events, parties, whatnot. Others is industrial. The noise ordinances as written, does the sheriff's department have the have the equipment to be able to tell whether you're in violation or not? Is that something that has to be, is it, okay? I think, at the last board meeting, I think Tom presented his complaint and said that the sheriff's department, the deputies didn't have it available at the time that he was having the complaint. Am I correct on that, Tom? Just simple yes or no.
Just, yes.
All right.
Didn't have someone present at the time.
They did not have anyone in the city because no requirement was made on the permit to have someone here in the city. They had an off-duty deputy sitting out there in a car for 12 hours, but he wasn't doing anything other than to make sure to
He
keep the
didn't have,
peace.
he didn't have the
at event.
equipment with him.
But they said they could get someone. They didn't say where he would come from. The previous year, they said the person was up in Largo. But because there was a waiver, it wouldn't matter because they can play the music as loud as they want.
So in other words, there's no restrictions to the sound during a special event.
Okay.
Question before, or the discussion, do we want to create a noise restriction during a special event? That's the issue.
It is because when you have special events at John's Pass and you can hear the music 4 or 5 blocks away, or if you have an event over here in the park and you can hear it 6 blocks away, is that necessary? There should be someone there with a noise meter that can govern it, and you may want to have a decibel range for these special events because it doesn't need to go that far.
Okay.
Makes sense. Thank you.
So are we going to talk about one subject at a time?
It probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Start
yes,
with
let's
special
talk
events.
about.
Let's talk about, so when you talk about doing special event permits and having a noise ordinance, I understand Tom's pain, but special events are held at Rock Park. If we write an ordinance to have noise be whatever, and we got a band playing at Rock Park, they're not going to comply with what someone would probably want the noise ordinance to be down at, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking of all the things that we do that are special events, and they're typically short. You have John's Pass, there's bands down there. We'd be regulating their volume.
Mhm.
And although I understand if you lived across the street, it might not be ideal, but they're typically for a day. Or like John's Pass, when we do the seafood festival, that is a
3 days.
weekend. But it's, I think it's unfortunate. And then when you get on the water, anything on the water carries and is just, I mean, I can sit at my house, I could sit at my house and call the sheriff's department and complain because the Elks Lodge has somebody outside playing. And when I sit on my balcony, he literally could be right down on my dock playing. It's that loud. When the wind is running or is blowing the right way, it blows it right across the water to our house. So
We hear here the American
mean,
Legion.
so I think that's a difficult thing to try to regulate for special events.
I would agree. I guess, can you have special events anywhere at any time? You have to apply for them? What's the,
But we have an application process. We have an ordinance that governs the processes for special events. So typically, the special events are held, as was stated, John's Pass Village, Rock Park, and then if businesses want to have something that's going to draw a crowd, such as what was mentioned earlier at the Madeira Beach Cantina, we require that they complete that special event application and obtain a permit to hold the event. Same for if you want to have a beach wedding and you're going to have 200 guests on the sand, we require that special event permit application.
what would keep, and I know I'm being ridiculous here, what would keep the cantina from applying for a special event for every Saturday? I want to have a
don't think
special event
anything-
every Saturday, and we're gonna have live music every Saturday, and we're gonna call it a special event, so I'm not restricted to any noise ordinance every Saturday.
Nothing. I mean, our ordinance doesn't prohibit that. I don't believe. I don't think so. I don't.
Yeah, there's nothing that prohibits that, but for the sake of this conversation and to simplify it, if it happens within their 4 walls, it's not something that we're concerned about. That's your business operation. If it's outside in the parking lot and they're doing something specific, they're adding seating, a stage or whatever else, because there are plenty of businesses that do have bands that are, they've got windows that are open and you can hear their music outside. I think if we were to have somebody apply for 52 special event permits, we'd have a larger discussion with, and I track what you're saying.
No, I'm just,
We would absolutely have a larger discussion with them because that's not in it's tough to say this, but it's not in the spirit of the purpose of the special event application. It's a special event, not a recurring event, we've had people ask, oh, what if I do this every month? Well, that's going to be a different conversation because we have to review this as a staff every single time. There are concerns. We do follow up when there is stuff. And I will say that the reason that they did this is they wanted to make sure that they did everything the right way as far as our ordinance goes. We did give them the feedback last year. And this was their, you know, sure, the music was, I didn't hear it, but I'm sure the music was louder than it needed to be. And outside of that, they did everything they could to be a good neighbor for the community. So something like this, it's an easier discussion to go, hey, and I do tell this with pretty much every special event that we get. It's like, look, it says you have a sound waiver until this time, but you still need to be a good neighbor. If you get some complaints, our expectation is you work with whoever the complaint is or the sheriff's department if they show up. And then we will take that in consideration your next time around when you apply for it, because if you don't want to play by the rules or at least be a good neighbor, then we have no reason to approve it.
Right,
That's-
I'm just asking the
Yeah, yeah.
question, so
No,
that
no,
maybe, maybe we can come up with an answer. You know, the seafood festival, without the 5 bands and the crowd that draws, I can't see restricting the volume for the seafood. And,
Yeah, it's a market.
and the families, the nearby families that have an issue with that, they probably just need to schedule to be, understand that that's the seafood festival, and, you know, it's part of where you live. It's, reoccurring event every Saturday. The Cantina's gonna have a special event. Well, that's becomes a whole different discussion. You know, I can't be in my home every Saturday. I don't know. I'm trying to think it out myself, and these are the questions.
Well, to give you an example for that, they closed their parking lot. And then they asked the city if they could lease our parking lot, which was allowed for this. We're not gonna be able to do that every single time.
Yeah,
If it's Saturday of spring break and they're, hey, can we lease this parking lot? Well, no. Or Saturday of seafood festival. No. There's gonna be a lot of conflicts that come up that we can't accommodate the
Yeah.
ability to do that.
I'm
So
just
there's-
trying to,
Yeah, no,
I'm-
yeah, give you some
trying
positive
to
examples of
come
that.
up with a reasonable thing. I mean, there are, for every resident that would have a problem, you know, I mean, this is their home. I get it, you know. For the crowd that the business is bringing, they're trying to, you know, make a living. It's not an easy one. I'm just trying to figure it out. So special event has time restrictions, correct?
Yes.
Typically, yes, we encourage them to, well, they have to give us hours, and we encourage them to fall within that sound ordinance anyway, with the hours. We don't, I personally don't like extending past 9 during the week and 10 or 11, 10
10
o'clock
on the weekend.
on the weekends, because realistically, it serves no value. Even when we do our events, Seafood Festival or Music in the Park, we don't go later than that because there's no need to be blaring
Right.
music at 10, 11 o'clock at night.
No, that's great.
And the referenced event was completed at 9 PM, the amplified sound.
Tom, I'll give you another minute, okay? Just a minute, though.
Just a couple things. First of all, the original owner of the cantina, to get his permit, said, I'm never gonna have amplified music there. Never got written into a covenant. So what happened is 2 owners later, we've got music there. They do it on their deck. They have a solo singer out there. Sometimes they're playing loud. I'll call over and say, can you turn this down?
Okay.
Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. It's the bass that's bad.
Understand.
So if they had a couple guitars and a singer or two, you're not gonna get that pounding bass. That's the bass that goes through the walls.
Absolutely.
That's the problem.
All right.
And that's one of the things that could be done, and say, you can have some of your music, you can attract your crowd, but you're also having some concern for the residents.
Understand.
And that's not happening.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I'm still thinking this out. So special events has no sound restriction. I don't even know if a reasonable sound,
Well, there's this.
if that's even something to consider. I don't know.
Great
And if it
Billings.
and if it really would make a difference.
I mean, we've, And just like the fitness center, this is something that we've discussed probably 4 or 5 times. Tom would know too. We've discussed this quite a bit since I've been here and probably even more before that. But I did have some discussions with a couple other cities that I've run into in the past week or two since this was brought up. I can look into other special event sound requirements and see what the best. There was a city specifically that I said, hey, we're looking at maybe requiring a sound meter at every special event. And he goes, yeah, we did that for a couple of years. It didn't work. There's a lot of arbitrary variables that, I mean, if it's cold, sound travels farther. If it's over water, if it's windy, and where are we standing? Which way is the stage pointed? All sorts of stuff. So we can absolutely look into some other cities and see what they do for that. And I can bring back a couple of options or recommendations or, whatever you guys are looking for. Something that might help.
Yeah.
And I get it, we don't need, I wouldn't want to have a seafood fest style event, even 12 times a year and drive people nuts around town. It just doesn't make sense, but we can see.
I can see Tom's point of view also. If it is a special event and, a holiday, and just like you brought up, what is a special event? It could be every Saturday night. But I think that given the circumstance, that was Cinco de Mayo, right? And it was more than just a 3-piece band. I think if it's larger than that, I think they should get possibly run it by the Board of Commissioners and get a different kind of permit. I mean, let us know what time it's going to start, what time it's going to end, and then vote on it. That's a possibility also, right?
If you look at page 6 of 7, table 2, maximum noise levels permitted in industrial and commercial zones. Okay, so you've got noise emanating from a commercial zone, adjoining residential zone, maximum noise there is 60 decibels. And that's 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So I mean, there are some numbers in there.
That's the county ordinance? Yeah, that's
Correct.
Yeah, we have a city specific one that we have adopted.
We adopted the
Adopted the
county,
county.
yeah. So I believe we have to go by this. So I mean, there is some information here.
I think where it gets a little tricky is when we go to our ordinances where it talks about amplifiers, music 34-87, it says, the last part says unless approved by the city manager. And I think that's what's happening. That triggers when they approve the special event that's being approved. So it kind of negates the associated rules, is I think the circle we're in with that.
You're exactly right.
And Commissioner McGeehan, to answer your question about running the special events past the commission, I've been down that road before. I beg that we don't have to do that. We've got a permit process that is pretty well established. It could use some tweaks maybe with the sound, but bringing it here is it's a lot of, and well, yeah. There was a weird gray area of where's the line drawn, and it ended up being everything from the weekly market to, seafood fest, all across the board. So there's a lot of, I would really like to avoid that just to be.
We wouldn't like to have 2 meetings a week.
Yeah.
No, we would not. Can you imagine if we had to approve?
No.
Oh, my gosh. It takes us 6 months to approve anything, pretty much. That would be crazy.
Commissioner Tagliarini did mention during our walking tour of John's Pass for the Neighborhood Activity Center regarding the possibility of in the resort district.
Yeah, John's Pass Resort, or was it the
Yeah.
transitional?
The transitional, where the Mad Beach Cantina is.
Okay, that's the transitional district.
The transitional district to limiting amplified noise. Specifically, that's more of a residential area than commercial core traditional village in Johns Pass Village. Something to consider, and that's what is being discussed, public meetings about, so that would alleviate potentially, I mean, I'm not saying that's what we should do. That is, I think, a very valid comment that he made, that he, I think, even if I recall correctly, that he would support. But that was the comment, you know, could we restrict or have something such as no amplified sound in that district? Taking into account, yes, you do have vacation rentals, pretty much Madeira Bay is, I believe, mostly vacation rentals around there. And the restaurant, the Madeira Beach Canteen is in the middle of those two structures. Then you have the Barefoot Beach House across the street, which is primarily a vacation rental or a hotel, but you're in a much more of a residential area. If you go to the northeast, if you go to the west of those areas, so a different character district, again, clearly than Johns Pass Village and the Boardwalk. I believe in the time I've been here, so I've been here for 3 seafood festivals, we typically receive a few calls about the noise. And I know that in March, we received 1 or 2, but it may have been the same person expressing concerns about noise from the Bamboo Beach Bar. I allowed them to have additional space during the time period from the final Friday through spring break, which I received significantly more. You know, we love that versus, hey, it was, you know, too much noise, but.
Where they
just
set up in
your-
the parking lot.
Yes.
Oh, that was
And so
great.
the stage
Yeah.
faces to the east. I believe the person that called lives across on Gulf Lane. So, yeah, they're gonna hear it, whether it's somebody playing in the regular Bamboo stage or the one that's out in the turnaround area. But again, it goes back to, do we want to, for lack of a better term, restrict, have certain
Decibel levels.
decibel levels
Yeah.
for special events? Can do that. I don't know, Jay would know more, but I know that, so I was at a previous city where that was done and it didn't work. And I do recall even certain acts stating that they would not perform there because of, oh, you're gonna restrict the noise or it can only be that. We're not interested in that. Would that happen? I don't know, but I know in the past it did. It's difficult, but we can go through that process and restrict the decibel noise levels. If that's your, you know, your direction or request for us to do that, something we can look into.
I'm just curious, Pat, if we did that in the transitional district, and they got a sheriff on duty, would they be able to specifically request that the sheriff has that equipment with them during the event?
Yeah, I'm sure they could, yeah.
Probably walls, if we can get that equipment down. That equipment's not as common as some other equipment we have,
But it is available.
it's available. But if there's a special event issue without a decibel
Yeah, threshold. Then,
we're
right.
not gonna interrupt that special event because
So that-
it's already been chosen that that's an exception. So we're not gonna do that. If there was a bar that.
That's
was in
different.
Normal operation and there was a complaint made, that would be something we would intercede in. But for a special event that's already been determined, then you all have determined that special event exists.
So that's back to the key is, in essence, amending or considering to amend our special event ordinance requiring, here's one more requirement related to decibel levels. I mean, that's, again,
Well, I kind of like the idea based on the character district. You may not want to limit anything that's down in the village
yeah, I mean,
proper in
yeah,
that
and we can do
character
that.
district. But in the transitional, I mean, that's where we have many residents. And that's where we get have the issues is in that transitional area. So even if it's a special event, perhaps there's a decibel level that could be monitored. And if the sheriff's department knew ahead of time, they could have the equipment on hand. That makes, I'm amenable to that.
One little quick thing.
Oh, please. We haven't heard from you at all. Please
To
come
the
up.
Microphone,
Yeah,
please.
please come up.
Thank you.
A little bit about sound, but not a lot. But I think that the annoying bass.
What's your name and where do you live?
Brent and Artie live on Gulf Boulevard.
Okay.
The annoying decibel or the annoying sound that comes from bass drums that cause stuff like that doesn't really get picked up by decibel meters.
Oh.
It carries a long, long way, but the meters don't necessarily get it. And sometimes when people want to
Sheriff's
measure
back
that,
here shaking his head. He's,
yes, in some places they've done like, if you can hear it from 500 feet away,
Mhm.
it's too loud, even though a decibel meter doesn't pick that up.
Okay.
And that's the annoying noise.
Okay. Thank you.
The
Well,
problem-
valid point there too.
Problem with that solution is it's subjective,
It is. Yes.
and you can't just measure the base, I wouldn't imagine.
No.
I don't think so.
Anything else on this?
But yeah, I kind of like that idea, but
It is, yeah. All right, move down the list. John's Pass Activity Center zoning workshop.
You,
Thank you guys for coming.
yeah, thanks.
See you in the morning.
Bright and early. No,
4:30 a.m.
yeah,
We're just gonna stay up. We're going to breakfast next.
yeah. So this is the update on workshops that have been held and where we are in
I need to
the
take a 2-minute break.
2 minute, you don't mind if we take a, did you want to take a break or just
No.
continue? Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. So just to kind of where we are in the process of the John's Pass Activity Zone, neighborhood activity zone.
Yeah, so we've been, we had our workshops and we came back last month with a rough draft of, see, I'm not going to go through the whole presentation. So it's after, okay. So in your packet here, there we go. Scrolled past it. On pages 229 and then 230, we have kind of a summarization of from those workshops, those round tables. And yeah, we provide that in the packet. And then we also have to the right of that, the potential standards based off of the workshops that we held, and then the everybody attended from the OC, so thank you for that. But if you remember, we had the round tables. We went around and wrote all of the answers from each table. So that's what these this table is from, and then bringing that into potential standards. And what you'll see in Boardwalk, there's a little bit of changes from the setbacks. And Commissioner Kerr mentioned possibly measuring design flood elevation to the eave to discourage those flat roof design, to really encourage more of that old Floridian architectural style. So that's what you'll see in here, that most of those measurements are from design flood elevation. So it's base flood elevation plus 4 foot of freeboard to that eave. And then we are conducting walking tours, all of you. So if you have not signed up, and you would like to, please do. It's been great, just getting feedback and then really walking around the village, taking measurements, also showing where the right of way is. We have a survey that was done, November 2018, and I didn't provide it in the packet. I can email it to the board. And then when we go out there on our walking tour, I know Commissioner Kerr did the walking tour with us. And as you remember, the public right of way is, and the property lines are not really where you would think they would be, especially in the village. So that contributes a lot to the proposed setbacks and what could be built in the future. And I don't know if everyone has had time to really digest this and come up with any comments or concerns. We can obviously address it right now. And then during the walking tour, we've been taking notes and then updating these sheets. So what we plan to go forward from here is we're hoping to have a very rough draft for Planning Commission to review next month. Based off of comments and any comments today and the comments from the walking tours. And then we'll be able to bring back their comments to the board as well.
Jenny?
Jenny, sorry, you mentioned for the planning commission meeting on June 3rd?
Yes,
Okay.
is it the 3rd? It's the one in June.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
I know we talked about base floor elevation. I don't know if that was brought into any of your printout here.
The height from the eave.
Lowest floor.
Oh, the lowest floor. No, we don't have that in there right now. I know that we were talking about it on our walking tour, but we don't have anything like that in there at the moment, as this was put in there before our tour.
So previously, the city did measure from grade, and in the master plan, it was recommended for the city not to do that because of how the properties can vary from what like is at grade for elevation, because there could be properties at like 3 feet or 5 feet. And it just is easier to measure from design flood elevation to give the flexibility and allow people to be able to build up and protect themselves from a storm surge. So it design flood, it's easier to measure from that, and it's more consistent, and it avoids the issues that the code previously had, like back in the day.
Are you discussing measuring the height or just a minimum?
No,
for
I mean,
grade?
that all goes into, I know we were looking at the eave height, so you could change the pitch of the roof and provide different character throughout the village. And I understand that being from the design flood elevation. But the overall height of the structure, we have to start somewhere on that base floor. And we had the discussion basically where they had the fire many years ago in the village, and they had to rebuild, and that area was elevated. Was it, I think you measured that 24 inches or something like that. And then going to Treasure Island and listening to their Elevate TI process, I kind of like that goal of 7.6 feet as their lowest floor. And if we're talking about the village, any new structures of the village, if we had that lowest floor elevation kind of as a goal, so that we don't have as much worry about flooding throughout the village as new things are built. I know you're going to be flood proofed if you're retail or whatever, but regardless, I would just like more thought on that. And then, okay, so even though it starts at base flood elevation, if we had the lowest floor, the base floor elevation, and we kind of did some quick measurements from there, 14 feet on the lowest floor of commercial, which is pretty typical. and 2 feet, and then maybe 10 feet and 2 feet, and find out where we are with that total elevation for the highest occupied space, which was basically the eave. If you follow where I'm going there, to maybe hammer out these elevations.
So, I mean, obviously, we both are at the TI. The main goal for you is to start setting a base elevation that we want them to start achieving for that first
Right.
floor. Okay.
So,
And then,
yeah,
and then once they do that, what TI had discussed too is the height. So let's say you were able to put in 2 feet of fill, you get that 2 feet, you never lose, just because you elevate, you don't lose your ability to get the height back, which is kind of what we do now.
right.
somewhat.
So we're going through this whole zoning process. Let's just say new structures, let's say, let's use their number, 7.6 elevation as your lowest floor. What's that look like overall for our building elevation? Right. For, let's say, two 10-foot stories over base. What's that actually look like? 2 air-conditioned floors or
Okay.
1 elevation, whatever we come up with, but, so we're not saying stories, but kind of get an idea of what, for the different character districts, where we would like to see that elevation.
And we can, I know, obviously they've been doing a lot of research to set their elevation. And it kind of all started with doing their watershed management plan, which he is the gentleman, his team is also the one working on ours. I think once we start getting that data, that will drive some of the numbers that we would be looking at if we decided to kind of start following some of that methodology and their workflow. It's pretty extensive how they have it built in their manual, as far as if, when, what can be raised, how much it can be raised, location. And I think you were there for those conversations. And they showed some examples. But yeah, there's definitely something we could look at and discuss with him and tell him that we're kind of thinking of heading in the same direction and start setting achievable goals for that. So that is something we can talk about with him.
One way to look at how like a potential building, let me just pull up an existing building down in the past. For example, a newer building.
And we can definitely show examples based on kind of like the number you've thrown out.
Those
Yeah,
drawings I sent,
exactly,
it just
yeah.
get the discussion going,
Exactly.
something like that.
Yep.
And you kind of measure it out from let's call it 8 feet. I don't, whatever, 7
Right.
feet, 8 feet. But
Yep.
whatever our goal would be, what's that look like?
Right.
So,
If I was actually going to build something, what would that look like?
I
so
gotcha. Yeah, we can definitely do that without having pin down numbers,
Wha-
so.
one way to look at it is almost like a cake. You have your flood-proof ground floor retail and parking behind the building. You have air-conditioned space above that. That could be, in this building, there is some retail on the second floor, but in other buildings, it could be condominium unit, temporary lodging, hotel room. So you basically have your ground floor that's flood-proof, retail or parking or a combination of the two, and then you have your air-conditioned space above it, so that would be the 34 feet from DFE to the eave line. So think of that as your habitable space that you could have those hotel rooms, residential condominium units, and then above that would be the architectural features like the roof, elevator, like AC units, like that kind of stuff. So you kind of have this layer of habitable space within that 34 feet.
I think what he's more interested in, I believe, is if we were to start asking for people to put in fill to achieve a certain elevation, then we have our heights that we're suggesting. What does that building look like once we say, okay, you can go up to 2.5 feet of fill? Then what does the first floor look like, the second floor, the eave? So he's looking for maybe a visual of that. So it's more or less related to how adding that fill impacts how the buildings end up looking.
And then what's the required fill? What's the required elevation at the ground?
Right, so that's a perfect
Yeah.
example, Andrew. You have looks like 2 stories over your commercial. So in that case, if your base floor walking in off the street, if you had to step up to that 7.6 for your lowest floor, that, and your retail space at the bottom was 14 feet. All right, so you're already at, I'm gonna call it 8 feet. Your base flood elevation's 14. Okay. So that's 6 feet from that base floor. Well, you're not gonna have a 6-foot first floor. You're gonna have probably at minimum 10, but probably more like 14 because that's your commercial space. That's just what I've seen anyway. I think that's kind of standard. So if that was 10 and you have a foot or two for the next structure or of the floor, you know, build it up. And what's that height look like to build that building? Is it, you know, I know we took some measurements of the eave, but if we had to rebuild it,
Yeah.
what would that look like? What would that eave height, what would that ceiling of your top occupied floor look like?
And you're, just because we're looking at this building and talking about too, one of the things that TI is working through is, so let's say you have that and that has to go up, 3 or 4 feet. Then yeah, can you really get back down to the road? Can you really use the back to drive in? Are you creating too great of a pitch? So it's playing with that fill number to get it to that sweet spot and go, okay, here's where you can be. So they're creating that workflow for
Right,
that. So yeah.
but the whole goal is that we don't flood to begin with. I know it's supposed to be flood proofed on that first. And I know you're gonna take all this to planning, right? Is that the idea?
Yeah, we'll be
Is that-
taking this to
yeah.
planning.
One of the other things we discussed, I don't know if it got into your design here so far, is having a minimum of one side as retail.
Yes, so what's in the packet was in the packet before we had our walking tour. So we have the notes from our walking tours. We'll be gathering notes from all the walking tours that we do
Yeah,
with all the commissioners.
okay. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
And I
Can't help
think that with kind of piggybacking off of what Marcy was saying, when we finally get the WMP, we'll have a better idea of those elevations and if we want to go down a route of, what elevation would be minimal required, and what that would look like.
Right.
So right now, we just don't have that data, but once we get that WMP, we'll have more of that data. And then obviously, we'll be discussing that here.
And just my concern about having the roof peak as the height limit is because then that would give the option to try to, okay, well, we're gonna have a flat roof so we can get that extra occupied space. I think the charm of the village is the different roof pitches and some of the steep roof pitches and
Absolutely.
we have to preserve that. And just by saying the height is at the top of the roof, I think that's going to be problematic.
I think we could definitely wordsmith that with some good verbiage to cover that as well.
Oh, I'm sure.
What,
Appreciate it.
one thing we included to try to reduce kind of the bulk of the building was in the commercial core district. We have the heights. You have to meet certain lot size thresholds to reach certain heights. And for multiple story buildings, a 10-foot minimum step back behind the primary facade of the building shall be required for stories above the second floor for portions of a building facing or bordering a public right of way. So basically, for example, so this has a 6-story parking garage hidden behind this 2-story facade. And basically what this would mean is if someone came in and wants to build a new building, they wouldn't be able to build a square brick of a building. They would have to reach that 55 feet from DFE, the upper floors would have to be stepped back. So you would then have kind of be able to hide the height. Because if you're standing here, you don't see a 6-story parking garage. You see the 2-story, like these buildings, but it's hiding a 6-story parking garage. So we kind of, and this isn't the full ordinance. This is almost like a summary of kind of, it's a long ordinance of the rough draft is. So there's a lot more details, and we've looked at other places like Dunedin, and that have like design standards kind of like that, because they don't want super tall buildings either. So they've had, so that's what we've tried to include, especially based off of what we've heard. And in the max height, 55 feet might sound, but it's significantly less than any of the taller buildings like Madeira Bay or Barefoot Beach Club. Because we understand that we don't want to allow for buildings that tall, but 55 feet would encompass like the condos that were built like before 83, and then the parking garage.
So next step is you're taking it to planning and you're gonna review.
Yeah, we have a rough draft that we'll be taking to planning, so we won't be talking about recommendations or anything like that, but just getting their input with the actual draft so they can see that, because we've taken this as a discussion items to them. I think that's the best way moving forward to really see the draft and get full input, and then we'll be bringing it to you.
I think y'all have put a lot of work into it. I'm looking forward to my walk.
Good.
Anybody else? Think we're good then. All right. Next up is the IAFF Local 4966 Collective Bargaining Agreement, October 2024 to September 2027.
And good, Mayor and Commission and Fire Chief Clint Belt walks up. I do want to say we did have a couple of meetings with the local 4966. They were relatively, I would say they were relatively short. Very good meetings, entertaining. They were very good. Good discussions, but the reality was we were in kind of along the same lines in agreement almost from the beginning regarding just the changes from the previous agreement. So what the chief will discuss here briefly is tentatively what the local agreed to, what management has agreed to for a new 3-year collective bargaining agreement. So from October 1, 2024 through September 30th of 2027. And they're really the majority of the changes revolving compensation, some smaller ones regarding some adjusted for acting position pays, and then a slight change for sick leave, excuse me, throughout the year. But I do want to thank certainly the bargaining Lieutenant Childers, and in particular for his work, but certainly the entire bargaining unit. I think I definitely do commend for their work and putting everything together, or the majority of this information together. Chief?
All right, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, what you have before you for review and consideration is the new collective bargaining agreement between Local 4966 and the City of Madeira Beach. As Robin stated, it essentially outlines the pay, leave hours, disciplinary actions, the steps that I have to take in case there are any. And ironically enough, to Jerry Cantrell's point, with a competitive pay, we'll be able to continue to attract high-quality candidates and retain the high-quality candidates that we currently have, which is a huge, huge boon for the fire department. I don't want to steal too much of his thunder, so I'll ask for Union Representative Lieutenant Andy Childers to come up and say a few words as well.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Long night. Honestly, just echo what City Manager Gomez said. super easy, simple round of negotiations. Everything seemed to click pretty much from the get-go. We came in not asking for the world. We really never have. That's kind of always our point. You know, we're a super capable fire department. I like to throw out there that there's not one single unit in the entire county that's capable of doing everything that we do. Probably take that one step further. There's not one single station with multiple units in the county that's able to complete the tasks that we are able to complete just off of our ladder truck. And in return, we just want to be above, maybe slightly above average. That's kind of always been our position on it. We pride ourselves on doing what we do for the citizens of Deer Beach. Everybody over there loves it. We love working here. And that's it. If you guys got any questions for me, I'll do my best to answer them.
So to go, just to, again, reiterate, thank you, Lieutenant Chiller, but yeah, if you have any questions at any time. But I just wanted to go reiterate quickly as the memo states, the increases, essentially, and Andy, you can correct me, but we pretty much reduced the steps from 14 to 10. The step, and this is for all 3 years, but I'm going to start with fiscal 25. The actual steps were the difference between each step went from 3% to 5%.
Correct.
And then we proceeded to increase each step in year one, 7% or 8%. 10%, I'm sorry.
General wage increase, the entire plan itself is 10% in year one, including the reduction in steps from 14 to 10 and the increase from 3 to 5 in between those steps.
And as I shared with each one of you individually, so estimated fiscal impact for that is about 200,000. Given, of course, that we can get a much better we'll have a definitive calculation for the budget for fiscal 25, what that will be. But again, taking into account that those steps do go into effect October 1, the adjustments for the pay are based on when they achieve the next step, each individual member. But we will provide that with the budget when we have all personnel costs at the June meeting to give you that. But it's estimated at about 200,000 in the first year. Also a starting firefighter, paramedic, we will be, I think, definitely a little bit above the middle, but at a very, very competitive rate. We're not the highest in the county, but in starting October 1 of this year, if we were to hire another firefighter, paramedic, we would be at that starting salary at $64,413.44, which I think is a very good rate of pay to start. Again, driver, paramedic at 68,000, and again, lieutenant paramedic, which I think they have to have at least the 2 years. That's the reason why they're in year or step 3, close to 78,000.
Any questions, commissioners, vice mayor? All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
All right, next up is Gulf Boulevard undergrounding city easement approval.
As Public Works Director Megan Wepfer comes up, we're, as we had stated during the budget, or Ms. Wepfer stated, trying to move swiftly through the undergrounding. It's certainly, we try to be opportunistic about it, but it is, unfortunately, we're a little bit at the relying on Duke Energy for a lot of the work. But Megan.
Good evening. This is very nice new podium we have here. So what we have before you today are 3 easements from Duke Energy, and actually Tom Trask can also chime in when needed if I am incorrect about any information. He's been working with the utility consultants for the title searches and also the easement documents for these 3 parcels. And I saw your email. I'm not sure if there are more that we are still waiting for. These are it. So there's 3 listed in this packet. All of the location, all the title search documents are included. The reason for these are to set the Duke Energy equipment, the transformers, the pedestals. FDOT does not want those on their right of way. Therefore, they have to be set back in the event FDOT decides that they're going to either increase the size of the sidewalk or or the depth of the road or any of that. They don't want to have to come back and move the equipment later on. So these are just approvals from the city. Mr. Trask, did I miss anything?
So there are three easements. They give Duke Energy the ability to place their equipment on these parcels that the city owns by fee simple. So we own these properties outright. They're not in the right of way. These easements are kind of blank, what I call blanket easements. And I've negotiated some terminology in each one of the easements that once the equipment is set, wherever it's set on the property, we're going to do a more descriptive easement that would specifically just pick up where the location of the particular equipment is. They don't know where it's going to be in the beginning, but we'll eventually get it to a point where we have a descriptive easement within 90 days of them placing the equipment. And so there'll be another one that will come back in each one of these three locations. So we're trying to limit the space that they use to the smallest available space so that we don't lose control or use of the remainder of our parcels of these three parcels. So I have reviewed the title information on each one of them. We do own them all outright. I have double checked all the legal descriptions and I have negotiated the terms the way that it currently reads. So my recommendation is approval to keep the project moving. It took us about 4 months to get to this point of constant nagging to get them done. So I'm glad that we finally got them for you.
Megan, will you have any input exactly where these transformers are set on these easements, or is
We
it
are going to,
kind of
as
open-ended?
Mr. Trask said, take up the least amount of space, put them in a place where it's not going to disturb the parking because they're all in the parking lots. So most likely we'll lose one parking spot, or in one case, it's not even a parking lot, it's just an access. I don't know for certain, but I will have an input out there on the field.
That's all I'm asking, is if you're gonna have input.
I will,
You know,
yeah.
they're-
I've walked it with them already.
The easement requires mutual agreement. They
Okay.
can't just put it where they want.
No,
Megan has to be involved in it.
it wouldn't be able to go in the middle of a parking lot and take
Yeah,
up
that's
5
what-
parking spaces. And this is much like what they're doing, and this is another really time-consuming part of this whole process is every single property along Gulf Boulevard that will have equipment, which is, I feel like it's even more than it ever used to be, has to sign off on an agreement and has to have an easement. So we've met with, and utility consultants have met with most of the people, but even Church by the Sea, they've met and they negotiated, and again, it took several months.
Do you have all the easements, or do they have all the public easements?
I believe so. I think we're just waiting on these
Are
3 to
private.
be executed, and I believe all the rest of them are completed. But we do have the permit from FDOT, so I talked to them today. We are scheduled to start mid-June. So we can't start until everything is signed and notarized in the record.
Right. Great. Great, good.
Any other
Okay.
questions?
Thank
All
you.
right, next up, concession stand and enclosed building schematic proposal. Please. Last one up for the night.
All righty, good evening again. So this is a proposal we reached out to, well, let me start from the beginning. We have had some previous discussions, I think, in some one-on-ones with you all about looking at the concession stand that is located out here in Rock Park and the need for a larger facility to serve the special events and athletics that take place out there, as well as looking at one of the 2 tennis courts and closing it potentially for other programming, basketball, volleyball, fitness classes, summer camp, after-school care, et cetera. So through our continuing service agreement with Collier's Engineering and Design, it was bid out back in, I think, 2019. Let's look at that, yeah. Anyway, it was previously bid out for continuing services agreement. We reached out to them and discussed the project. They've provided a bid for the project at $53,025 to help us with the schematic design, public meetings, everything we need to get us to the point where we can start looking at cost estimates and construction. for the facility, if we were to move in that direction. We did budget for 100,000 in FY '24, which was about half of that budget, which is nice. It's lower than I thought it would be. The big thing with this, and Commissioner Kerr, I know you're gonna ask it, so there are potential grants in the future if we have these schematics, and that's the real big push with this. The county has, since 2017, has been holding on to this capital improvement program. They overfunded it in 2017 and it's kind of sat idle until this year. And then they gave us 90 days. So we are not going to catch it this year. There's no way it could have happened. But we are looking towards getting this done, knowing the figures, the estimates, what we're looking for in the building, and then moving that direction ideally next year if they reopen the application. So they have, as a county, as Visit St. Pete Clearwater, who sends us a lot of our events. They help fund the King of the Beach events that we are host to, the softball tournaments that we do. They've identified our concession stand as one of the biggest needs in the facilities that they help fill with these events. So that's really where it started. And now we're just kind of looking to make sure that we do something that will help with those events, but more importantly, serves our community throughout the entire year. So having just 2 restrooms out there is a challenge. One of them breaks, or, they've got to be cleaned thoroughly multiple times a day on certain events. And I mean, you guys have all either seen them or been out there. So we're hoping to do something that, would offset these. We wouldn't be renting portalettes for events. We'd be able to use this for those special events. And then look for other opportunities to program it to make sure that it's used much more often. So
Colliers will be writing these grants.
Colliers, actually,
Application?
yes, that's the company Megan mentioned earlier as well that is familiar with the grant writing. So they're, I primed them early in our conversations about what we'd be looking for. So we would have to, essentially, the county's looking for build-ready designs, which we'll get to with this. And then the other aspect that we would bring back is we would require a economic impact study. They've got a list of organizations, and knowing that it's needed, it gives us a longer time frame. In the 90-day crunch that they got, it naturally drove up the prices for those economic impact studies. We actually talked to at an event last week, City of Clearwater had to pay, I think, 15 grand or something to get one done as quick as they could, just for this. But so yeah, that's where
The plan is to get the engineering done and get the grant application written, and so that we have minimum cost this year.
Well,
and
so
then have this
the
built next year. Is that
well, we want to be ready to go the next time this opens up. Ideally, it's going to be next year. Robin and I have also discussed, essentially, once we have this, going to them and saying, this is
right?
what
But
we want to do.
I'm just trying to get my head around. So what you're asking for now is the authority or authorization or whatever to go ahead and get all your paperwork done, your grant application, your engineering, your
Just the
design.
engineering, the grant application, that's, by the time this is done, I mean, the grant application is due next Friday. They gave us 90 days.
No, I understand. I'm not saying for this fiscal, not for this term to get your application in. I'm just saying you need to
So-
get all your ducks in a row. That's what this.
So yeah, we'll get the design cost estimates done with this. Before I apply for the grant,
Right.
we'll come back to you because I'm not gonna go apply for $5 million without talking to you guys. And that was a terrible number to throw out there. It's not gonna be that much. Sorry.
We're
But
not
I'm
building
just
a
telling
dog
you,
park.
I'm not gonna go request some crazy amount. Just to give you an idea, the grant that we qualify for this is a dollar for dollar match. So I want to make sure, and that's why you see some of the stuff budgeted in the future, but also we're going to look at funding opportunities through them, sponsorship opportunities. I'll come back with a business plan per se on where that funding is coming from with the cost estimates and then moving forward.
Perfect.
Yeah, this will give us a budget as to what those improvements will likely be. I mean, a very good estimate, but also something that we can tangibly present to Visit St. Pete Clearwater to say, here's here's what we have and what we're looking to do along with an economic impact study of the improvements and for the dollar for dollar match. So come back and say it'll be let's say $1 million, then hopefully we can get 500,000 from Visit St. Pete Clearwater, and then we just would need to come up with the 500,000. And there's other resources we can look at, which we will similarly to the other projects that we've proposed, but we do have to start somewhere. And clearly going out and all of our users, your facilities are spectacular, location, everything about it. You just have a terrible concession and restroom facility among.
Yeah, I would suggest, applying multiple places, not,
Yep.
For sure.
not,
And
not
that's,
a- not a single place.
that's the benefit of having Colliers on board as well. They've been fantastic. They're excited about the project, obviously as a business, but they're excited for us as the potential of what they can bring to the park. So
Perfect.
they're taking some ownership in it, which is nice to see. And that's just.
They sound like a good
contract
partner.
right now. They are so far.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
See people shutting down their computers. Anything else?
Nothing else.
10:40 PM. Let's adjourn.